to infinity and beyond. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event.
In a galaxy not so far away is our Dealer Pay panel filmed live at our Niello company pop-up event.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Vanessa Collins, and we are here at the Niello company in their newest Porsche dealership. So, Vanessa, it has been a wonderful day so far, a lot going on, and a lot of valuable information being shared. It has been absolutely incredible, and we are so excited to kick off this panel super strong. So, Tully, how has consumer buying preferences evolved in the service department?
Well, I think we want to make it easy, and that's where Dealer Page really helped us out. Before, the old way was you had these boxes this big, they're connected to a phone, you had to walk to the cashier, there was a line of people, and everybody got upset. And our goal is what Dealer Pay helped us with us is that now the service advisors are the last person to talk to that customer. I want the service advisor to be the one that asks for the credit card, right? The goal is to keep that connection with the service writer, our best asset. And the next piece is our wholesale. What do we do with wholesale? We get on the phone. We call over the phone with a credit card number. Oh my God, I can't believe we just said that, right? And the goal is, we take and we write the credit card down. Now with the mobile app, we're actually like having an office there in the truck to take the card to make the wholesale work. So the goal for us is easy for the customer, the wholesale customer, our customer at our service drive, our customer at the service desk. And oh my God, we can send a link and they can pay online. How cool is that when we can make that process easy? So now, guess what happens? If they come to the dealership, they come to their service writer, we have hugs and kisses, ask for the CSI score, and let them go. That is the ultimate goal.
Cool. And we also have Julie Douglas from Dealer Pay. Julie, how long have you guys been working with the Niello company?
Few years now. I believe it was January 23.
Wow. And then Chris, as the controller, what is it like working with Dealer Pay? And before that, how was the process and how has it become more streamlined now that you're working with?
Well, Tully hit on it. We had a very antiquated process before where we literally did have 2 credit card machines in the dealership if we had 2. And then Dealer Pay came in and streamlined everything for us. And so if data at your fingertips,
Yeah.
right? And so we're able to go and look up the information. We're not going to a file cabinet any longer, going through 35 pieces of paper to find how did they pay, what was the charge. Log on to the website, and it's right there. We use Dealer Pay not just for our credit cards. We use it for our cash transactions, our check transactions. So when a customer comes in and they pay cash, we log into Dealer Pay. We log it. Pay by check, we log it, even though that isn't part of the process, we integrated that. So much more efficient.
Absolutely. And Tully, what are some noticeable and measurable differences and improvements that you've seen since implementing Dealer Pay into the dealerships?
Business office happier.
Yeah.
No more comment.
Awesome. That's awesome. Nikki, tell us a little bit about what key factors made you, look at other options as a dealer group outside of, the bank and, other ways to pay.
Well, it's like they said, everything's mobile now. You have a customer coming in talking to the advisor. They would have to come to the cashier. If they asked, oh, why am I paying this? Why is that put so much? Then we have to get the advisor again. Now it's just easy. The advisor's there, catching out the customer. Everything's right there and doing it right there. The other thing is that our cashiers, they don't just cash out customers. They answer phones. They're helping the parts department. So now that frees up their time to do other stuff. So
It's more efficient. Yeah, streamlines the process. Overall better experience for the employees and the customers. Absolutely. Yeah. And Julie, in your opinion, why are dealers so reluctant to change and adopt, innovative solutions like Dealer Pay?
Sure. So I've been in the space for 25 years, and I think just our specific payments industry has gotten a bad reputation over the years. A lot of competition out there. They probably knock on your doors a lot. But I think, once dealers realize that there are innovative tools and things that aren't just about money, it takes that away from just being a commodity. Now we've got a solution that's actually solving problems. So, dealers who embrace that are actually the dealers who are more successful.
Right, right. Julian, how, from your perspective, has Dealer Pay been able to help them and other dealers with similar challenges, that our folks from Niello have been, describing?
Sure. So, kind of like I talked about before, I mean, technology isn't always embraced well, right? But if it's implemented well and it's trained properly and it's spun in a way where it's still considered easy for the end user and the customer, then it can be extremely effective. So just getting over that hump and realizing that, these tools that are developed with, DMS integrations are really serving up a solution that's beneficial and everybody wins.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And it's still early in 2025. And so, what do you think the future of payments looks like for, this industry?
I think just more data. We've learned a lot from our DMS integrations just with all the data that we're getting. So we're using this intel to spin it and provide additional solutions for dealers, additional payment types, additional methods, and where the customer has even more convenience when they interact with the dealer. The one thing I heard this year from multiple dealers is that they want it to be easier for their customers to work with them. And payments is a perfect example.
Right, right. Tully, how has Dealer Pay been a partner and not just a vendor?
Well, I think that, one is that if we have an issue, we can call up Julie. Or two is that, are we getting the problems resolved? Because when you have a big bank credit card company, you are the last person on the list they're going to ever talk to. So now with Julie knowing that she's in the dealership business only, and she knows that we are great clients of hers, we can call up and we're going to get results. Does she have problems? Of course we all do. But the issue is that, are they going to fix the problem? And big banks don't care about us. And the flexibility that we have to make changes. When Mrs. Toll needs something done, I need it done. I just need it done. I don't want to hear about it. So the goal is that we can make that happen.
Yeah. And then, Chris, from your perspective, how was the transition, into Dealer Pay and the consistent support of this partnership? How is that benefiting in your perspective?
Yeah, well, anytime you change a process, it's a big deal. People are nervous, and it was seamless. So we were very prepared. A lot of communication up front. We had all of our equipment delivered ahead of time. Our IT department was an integral part of getting everything set up and working. She had a team, boots on the ground. And so at every single dealership, they were there. We tested repair orders. We tested part tags. We trained before they left. We made sure everything was working properly. So it was really great. And I'll go back to what Tully had said about customer service. They pick up the phone. If I send an email, I have an email right back, and they're fixing our problems immediately. So that part is amazing.
Definitely. Well, this is truly a testament to how incredible a strong partnership can be between, Dealer Pay and the Niello company. And is there any, last pieces of advice that you would give to dealers who have not looked into Dealer Pay and, adapting their processes?
I would just say, change is scary.
Yeah.
But if it's proven and it works, and I got wonderful clients like Niello who are obviously
Happy.
Give it a shot. There's a lot of competition out there. Definitely vet them. Make sure they're dealer specific is another big thing. So absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us on this panel and, showing us how important it is to have a strong partnership and how Dealer Pay benefits the Niello company. Make sure to stay tuned because we have a lot more to come.
Hey, how would you like to pay? Card, cash, or check?
I will do a card.
Okay, thank you very much. And will you sign right here?
Sure.
Okay, have a great day.
Great. Thank you. Introducing Dealer Pay Moves, Dealer Pay's new mobile application for dealerships on the move. It's really great because all you have to do is search for your repair order. It's then going to search whichever DMS that the dealership is connected to. As you can see, it's going to pull up that customer record in that open repair order. I'm simply going to select it. Now you've got all your customer details here, including the surcharge amount if it were to be applied with a credit card. I've got options to pay by credit debit, I can key enter the transaction. I can use a paper check or even report cash. I can even add transactions in here so I can do some real-time voids and refunds. Dealer Pay Moves is a great solution for your dealership to stay relevant and mobile.
Our next segment makes the front page. It's the Fixed Ops Magazine panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with our Fixed Ops Magazine panel. Ron Overs is with us, the publisher of Fixed Ops Magazine. And Ron, we have, of course, the star-studded panel ready to answer some questions.
Boy, this is going to be a great panel. I'm looking forward to it, Sarah.
Well, Ron, in usual fashion, one of the things about this panel that is so fun for the Fixed Ops Roundtable is that nobody really knows what questions Ron is going to be asking them. So this is completely candid, on-the-fly answers, everyone. And Ron, I'll let you take it from here.
Well, thanks, Sarah. I really appreciate it. You know, there's so many tools today to look things up, right? The other day I was on a call with somebody. They started asking me a question about a subject I knew nothing about. And while they were asking, I was on ChatGPT looking up the answer. And, you know, I looked brilliant. The guy was like, Ron, you know everything there is to know about this subject. And it's like, you know what? There's just certain things that I know and certain things I don't. But you caught a nerve, okay? It's just something I know. So, you know, not letting this crew get on ChatGPT or OpenAI or whichever one of their tools they use, I decided to just keep it really close to my vest and not let anyone know what was really going on. But, you know, in the past, we've done this and we've had a lot of fun with just saying, hey, you know what? We're a quarter, we're 2 quarters, 3 quarters into the year. You know, what little cheats have you used besides ChatGPT, you know, to get your business to move forward and go well? And I just would love to hear. We're now just finishing up the 2nd quarter here in May. Tell me, what's working for you? What have you implemented? What are you using that maybe is just giving you a lift this year? Or what events have given you a lift this year that's got you off to a good start in the first two quarters of the year? And, you know, since sitting right next to you is that spelt looking guy, Tully. Let's start with him and get his opinion first.
Well, thanks, Ron. You know, first quarter was really good for us. You know, there's all kinds of drama in the news. But think about what we really need to think about is get down. Are you sticking to the basics? Are we checking cars in? Are we doing inspections? Are we tracking those great inspections? Are we making videos? Are we sending those to the customer? Does the customer look at it? And are we selling those things that drive retention? And I've really focused on this year, really mostly this year, is we're in the retention business, repeat and referral. Are we doing things to drive business back in the door? One of our general managers said it, and I almost started tearing up, is that, you know, when I use cars, I'm trying to sell my OEM brand to drive more retention back to the store, whereas some of these GMs like to sell everything but, and that doesn't really good for the store. So I believe this year is the year of retention. And last but not least, it's the year of our BDC. We're in our 2nd year, and we've had such great success with BDC. We have a great process and a great program, Bali, that manages it for us. But we've had an unbelievable success where we're answering all inbounds, performing all outbounds. I believe email is really something that nobody looks at anymore. So what we're doing is we're calling everybody at 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 months. So we're not really using email as our marketing. I'm using, oh my God, great human beings to help people come in.
What a great way to do business, right? I mean, talk to the person one-on-one and really find out what's going on. You know, by the way, and I'll just sidebar here, Shon wrote a great article in this great magazine called Fixed Ops Magazine. He wrote an article in that. And, you know, one of the things he said was, you know, treat every customer as a sell. You may have a process, but you know what? Throw the damn process out when it comes to taking care of a customer. Take care of the customer, whatever that's going to take. Because, you know, avoiding defection, getting the retention process solid in place is probably the most important thing we can do.
Ron, when you look at that, there's, I call the big four: batteries, brakes, tires, and maintenance. And are you tracking that by advisor and by technician? Are you selling things that drive people back? Are you trying to make money at tires? The answer is no, we're not. And we have had an explosion in tires. Our BMW store is ranked in the top 10 in the United States. But our goal is we just said we're gonna do it. And I think that people did, and I love that article that came out a while back. The mindset, and I think the mindset is retention, repeat, referral.
Yeah, no, great points. Absolutely great points. Mr. Roberts, welcome, neighbor. How you doing?
Excellent. How about you guys?
We're doing well, thank you. So tell me about your first 2 quarters down there in the Blissville of St. Augustine.
Man, it's always about addressing and shifting to what's out there. And this has been a year full of all kinds of noise, with whether it's the shift and with the office or the tariffs that's come after that. There's just been all kinds of noise out there. And when you plan late last year for what your budget's going to be this year, you create this plan and you think, okay, we can put this together, we can put that together. And then ultimately life happens, and it happens to all of us. There's always things that comes into play. And when life happens, you have to shift, you have to modify, you have to adjust. But more so than anything, it's keeping our team focused. Hey, yes, we may have missed it a little bit there, but let's pick it up over here. Here's another opportunity that surfaced that we didn't know about. And when we do that, then we keep our team focused on what we can do rather than getting bogged down in whatever noise is out there. I like noise because it's an opportunity to refocus our team, but ultimately it's about modifying, adjusting, and keep pushing forward. And yes, we put a plan together almost 6 months ago now, and we've modified it a few times, and I'll tell you, we'll modify it a few more times before the year's out. But it's been a strong year thus far. And we came into this year wondering whether the world was talking about, are we heading into a recession? Are we heading into this? And what we have learned is, like it's been every other year in the car business, it is what we get out of it. It's what we get out, what we put in it. And if we focus, we deliver results. And we're focused and having fun with it.
Fantastic. And truthfully, if you really want a good laugh, just look at something you wrote down 6 months ago, right? And say, this is the way things are going to happen, okay? And then you know what? You're just like, what was I thinking? Okay, that's not what was going to happen. So many things in the world affect it that you have no control over. That, it's just like, would you relax for a minute and just do the best job you can do today and make everyone feel important? And let's move this this pony forward here. Okay, this is not, this isn't rocket science. This is make people happy business. Okay, and oh, by the way, profit from it. So it's a good deal. So it works. Tom, up in my old Western New York stopping grounds, tell me what's going on up there. What's happened the first 2 quarters?
Absolute massive first quarter. I know we're still carrying that through. I think one of the biggest things last year, we really decided we were going to jump both feet into video. Make sure we bought phones for every single one of the technicians, got everybody set up, created a process. We brought in some help to make sure that we're doing the videos properly. And that really has done a world of difference for not only performance metrics, but things like CSI, our communication. And it's nice too, watching some of the technicians really come out of their shells that I didn't expect would be a fan of the video, but a lot of them have really embraced it. But that's been a fantastic thing for us in Q1.
Fantastic. I just myself get video messages, and you know what? You don't ignore them, right? You don't go by a video message, right? You stop, you play it again, probably maybe a third time. Okay. And then you're like, okay, now I'll respond to this. So yeah, it really is a medium today that really does work. And obviously you're a testament to it, that it's getting the job done. Mr. Sabino, how you doing today?
I'm great, Ron. I'm really good. And, to answer your question, is pretty much following the theme of everybody else. Q1 was a very good quarter for us, as it is kind of unanimously across this panel here. We're keeping that momentum going through the month of May. And, we focus on customer experience. That, we go back to basics, and we just make sure that every interaction is a very positive one. Again, back to Tully, repeat and referral. Somebody that has a very good positive customer interaction is more likely to repeat doing business with you, whether it's for their next service or their next vehicle purchase. So that's something that we kind of, near and dear to our hearts every day across our team members, from the top to the bottom, from the porters to the general manager to the dealer principal, and everybody in between has a very high level of customer satisfaction. And we want to make sure that we say yes more than we say no. And we almost want to eliminate the word no and come up with a alternative if it can't be a quick yes. So what's an option to that? I don't want to say no, because that kind of spoils the interaction, especially if the customer's eyes, they're always right. And even though, sometimes it's borderline or gray, we have to navigate through that and make sure that we do everything in our power to make sure it was a positive and a very good customer experience at our dealership. So, when you do that, everything else will follow, right? They'll continue to do business. They're most likely to approve a job versus deny the job, and they're hopefully more likely to return and repeat and referral. So that's what we're focusing on, as we always have, is customer experience.
Fantastic. And how's the mobile service going for you? Everything still going in the right direction?
Mobile service is very exciting. We're still growing that business. We're learning every day on customer habits, customer behavior. The fleets love mobile service. They absolutely love it. Retail customers do also, but there's just so much upside on the fleets, and the fleets are really starting to come around and embrace the mobile service, which is good. We're booking, all the vans every day, and then some. And then so we're actually adding some more vans on in 25. We're waiting for them to come in, but the expansion is here, and obviously the growth is always our mindset. We're not complacent with what we have. We want to continue to grow and expand our footprint in mobile service.
Fantastic. All right, Shon, up in Wisconsin, what's happening?
Well, like Q1 for us was interesting because as hard as it is to believe it, as much crap as Ted gave me, guys, we only had 2 snowfalls in all of winter. And when I say snowfalls, they weren't blizzards, okay? So part of our deal was, the group set a 10% goal. I set it at 26%. We finished at 18 in Q1. Where we fell short was when body and parts, because we didn't have snowfall. We didn't have crashes. Again, when we lost the crashes, guys, that's a big part of our winter business. I mean, there are snowbirds that go down to see Ed and forget that where home is for 6 months. So we need those crashes on the Beltline of Madison for those that have been there to keep us in business. We didn't have them. So you talk about adjusting, major adjustments. So when we visited Tully out at Sacramento, when Kath and I went out there, and I got to give a shout out to Tully, because his Porsche guy, by the way, that did the example of the videos, is how we sold video inspections to most of our techs, because we showed him that. And I said, listen, this wasn't Tully's number one. Sorry, Tully, if he was your number one. I said he wasn't your number one, but this is the guy that did it. And we used it. And they're like, well, hell, if he can do it, we can do it. And it's worked. Now, I'm not saying it's worked in every store, because I openly admit we were slow to the game. But you talk about what Ed said about retention and adjustment, is you had to adjust. This group doesn't go through a lot of people. As I say, we have a lot of retention. We had 2 GMs retire at the end of last year. So we have 2 new GMs who, like most, don't know a lot about fixed. Guys, you talk about sales going through Save a Deal every day. We go through the ROs when I visit the stores, and we're going through Save the RO. We're looking at yesterday's RO and seeing the estimates that we missed. And what can we do to coach? Because just because they're gone today doesn't mean, listen, with the communication with texts and emails and everything that's out there, guys, we're re-emailing and recontacting. It's amazing the business we're getting back, because we just didn't take the time to listen when they were here, whatever the objection was. And again, it's like sales, Save a Deal that they go through on Monday and look at all the deals they lost last week. We're doing that now in a daily business, because we didn't have a choice in Q1 when we didn't have the snowfall, which again, who predicted that?
Right. No, why? It always snows in Wisconsin, right?
It did not snow, right.
So, it's crazy. It really is, when something like that really affects your business in a way that you just, again, you looked at your plan. Your plan says it's going to snow, cars are going to crash, we're going to get rich. This is what's going to happen, folks. Okay. And then you know what happened? The first part didn't happen.
And it's amazing the amount of body shop adjusters, for those that don't know, for Progressive and such, that they've laid off because they didn't have any insurance work to assign them to.
Yeah. It's wild when you think about how business can change so fast in today's world. And you know what, Sarah? You see this all day. What do you see that's changing in the first couple of quarters of the year? What do you see what's new out there?
Well, it's really interesting because at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and you as well, Ron, we both have the kind of unique perspective of getting to hear from individuals across the industry and having, all this great content and input coming from experts like our panel here today. I think one of the most impactful components that I've seen just holistically as an industry has been the conversation around removing silos for the customer experience. And so many times dealerships have that segmentation between a sales consultant stays in sales. That's their only job. They're supposed to just sell cars and book appointments and make phone calls, but it's all related to sales. And the same thing for a service advisor. It's following up on your customer with status updates, checking in the customer for their repair order and the whole 9 yards. But the reality is customers experience our dealerships between both departments at any given time. They could be questions that come up about their ownership experience that maybe sales is better equipped to answer. There could be questions about warranty or things like that. So I think that's been the coolest thing I've seen in the evolution. The first half of this year has just been the conversation around how do we create a more communicative department between sales and service and BDC, and have the customer really at the center of all of those processes. And these gentlemen on the panel today these are the experts for this example of having that holistic customer experience.
Fantastic. And you're exactly right. The communication part of it is so important, and nobody cares about your silos, right? When I pull my car in, I don't want to hear about the parts department. Okay, that's your problem, not my problem. Okay, my problem is the switch doesn't work and I want the switch to work. Okay, that's all I really want to know. And, I don't care if your parts department's top 10 in the country. Really doesn't impress me. What impresses me is that my car will be fixed today and, I'll be back down the road and the window goes up and down. It's really great. That's really what it comes down to. It so often people try to, and, we run into it with this great magazine called Fixed Ops Magazine. You may have seen this somewhere. But what happens is people write articles and they start telling me about how great they are in their article. And I'm like, people don't care about how great you are. They care about how great you're going to make them, how you can make them. They want their customer experience to be great with you. So, get your focus off of, you're the top 10 somebody and how you can make the customer one of your top 10 customers, because he referred 1,000 people to your store. Okay, that's what you're looking for. And, at the end of the day, it's important to really just get that focus correct. And it starts with the communication. You're so right on that. Makes sense. All right, so we got through this first 2 quarters, and you know what? It's a good thing. A year ago, at the end of last year, in fact, we were talking and say, it's going to be hard to top last year, man. Last year was so good. We're going into next year and I'll try for 10% more. Or we're going to try to build on the build, right, and get it. And here we are at the end of 2 quarters and going, yeah, we crushed it. Yeah, we're good. We're really, life has handed us a few good things and we made the most of it. But now the tough part, right? You're good on good. What are you going to do for the next 2 quarters? What are you going to do to make this year end up being where you want it to be as we finish the year? Tully, let's start with yourself.
Well, when we look at the second half, I think that the focus is going to be, are we treating the customer right? Sarah said it well. Breaking down the silos, making sure you have a good customer experience. But the next thing for me is that, are the employees stressed? Are the employees freaking out? And our goal is that we have a ratio of text to writers. And we've got to ensure that we are making sure that our writers don't get stressed. And when you look at things that are not sold, when you look at why couldn't I sell, or why there's so many discounts, or why am I having bad CSI scores, it boils down to where, I had 23 open ROs that day. And that should be, what were you thinking to have 23 open ROs? Well, I want to get all the money. You can make a great living by doing 8 to 10 and taking really good care of that person that will always come back and toss you the keys. So I think that when we look at the next quarter, are your employees being taken care of? Are you overworking? For instance, also in the shop, I believe the back counter needs a big, huge piece of plywood over that piece of glass. And we want to have mobile people out in the shop. Our back counter on carts, so they're part of the team when a technician needs to order something, they can walk over there and talk to them about it and order those parts. Humans are making us great for the second half. And the last but not least, our BDC is taking away some of those friction points at stores of phone calls, that annoying box on your desk that likes to ring. Our goal is we will answer 100% of all of those calls. And we're not going to transfer it to a voicemail because we can see the camera to see if they're on the phone or not. And we're going to provide a better service. And guess what happens? Your phone calls start to drop and then everybody buys in. This is the big vision, and we are going full strength to make it happen.
Well, it sounds pretty exciting place to be. It sounds like you're going to have a great second half of the year. It is so true, right? So somebody said to me, they say, well, I'm overwhelmed with phone calls. And it's like, well, if you answered them all on the first call, okay, then you'd have half as many phone calls. How about that, right? We just reduced your phone calls by 50%. Pick up the phone, and away you go.
It is so funny when you say that. I mean, we've been saying that probably since Henry Ford had his first store, right? And I think, I wish I got in the BDC business a lot earlier, right? You have your own little phone bank at your store, but when you have a person that's trained to make those phone calls, and then all of a sudden your riders are riding less and they're less stressed, guess what happens? The phone don't ring anymore. That's because we're taking care of customers. All the appointments need to go away. They don't need to be at the store level. We just want everybody to be happy and unstressed, and everybody goes home. When the bell rings, they're running out the door. Perfect.
One of the keys to business is transferring enthusiasm. I'm not sure that Tully has any problem with that within his store. I think he has that ability to just communicate his dream to them. And if you don't buy it, you're an idiot. Okay, you just need to leave. So congrats, Tully. It sounds like you got a great path for the next two quarters for sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Ed, how about yourself? What's the plans in the next 2 quarters ahead?
Well, I got to tie on to what you just said about Tully there for a minute. I have my whiteboard behind me, and one of the things I have on there is leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. Tully don't have a problem with that. He can share the vision and make it become reality. It's all about constant ongoing improvement. You can call it Kaizen, you can call it whatever. It's, hey, let's look at our opportunities in front of us. And right now, we just started a couple of days ago. Right now, we're piloting some parts robots. It's about making ourselves more efficient. And we're going to work through those obstacles. We got 3 buildings that we service out of over here. We got 2 robots that we got running around here. And we have some obstacles to work through, but we're going to work through those things. But it's overcoming those obstacles. And can it deliver everything? No. But can it deliver 70% of what we need to deliver? Maybe so. They got a 600-pound capacity. There's opportunities there. We got to get better with video. We like some of the guys on the phone here, or on the call here. We talked about took on video last year. We did as well, and we do a good job with video. But good is the enemy of great, and we don't do a great job yet with video. So we're still working on getting there. Mobile. That's a constant evolution. We're always doing more stuff with mobile. But the biggest thing that we'll probably focus on as the year progresses is we've all tied in elements of AI now. How can we continue to enhance that and tie it to where it's one platform, to where we communicate front or back of the store, doesn't matter where, with the same language, where it has the same feel, where it feels the same. So continue to enhance what AI does for us to make us more efficient. Those are just a few of the things that we can focus on going forward. Big thing for us is parts, getting these robots working, and we're piloting that with our DMS. We are proud to be a pilot for that, and there is obstacles that we have to overcome, but we'll overcome those. And then as that goes forward, I'll add actuators to our parts stores so it can go in and out of those as well. Right now we have them stationed outside, but it's about finding the little things that we can make continuous improvement on, because good is truly the enemy of great. And if we're thinking, well, okay, I'm good enough, if I can just do this again in the second half of the year, you're backing up already. We have to be looking forward to what we can do to enhance what we do, because our customers already expect us to get better.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got a great mindset as well. I mean, how would you not buy into those ideas, right? To just say, hey, let's try this, right? And we're okay to fail, right? It's okay to fail if we, go for a stretch goal and don't get there. That's okay. But we stretched, we tried something new. And that may have just opened the door to another opportunity we were totally unaware of, just because we stretched and tried to go for some new ideas and make it work.
Absolutely.
Great points. Tom, second half of the year, what does it look like for you? Where are you headed?
You know, it's funny, Ron, we definitely weren't coached on these questions in advance, but I feel like Ed set me up perfectly, because that view of constantly doing better and pushing the needle and doing those things is really my goal for the second half of the year. In April, I launched a program that is an advisor guild, essentially. So we're geared towards, our advisors are professional salespeople, right? Just like the front of the house, our advisors are professional salespeople. I don't always feel like they get that same sort of respect and the same sort of training and the opportunities that our salespeople have. So we've created a program that allows our best and brightest to be trained, and then they're being dispatched to other stores to work shoulder to shoulder with our advisor staff to train our other advisors and to help. If we bring up the bottom, we bring up everybody. It gives them, they become a very highly respected part of this organization as the trainers and the ones that are out and being a part of this. So that's a fantastic thing. And then we're utilizing an AI training program called Simply Smart that allows those advisors to actually sell to AI people. So you've got to sell an alignment, and you put it on. You choose your difficulty, so that now they've got to overcome 5 separate objections and get to the end of it, so that they can actually do it. So using some of those programs, I think, is going to be fantastic. And then we're prepared to be unprepared, I think, is the next part of it. We have no idea what's going to happen. So as long as you can continue to maximize your communication between departments and between the people within each of those departments, you could throw anything at us, throw, another CDK outage. I don't want to say that, but throw the, COVID, like all of those sort of things. You've thrown these things at our business time and time again. And every single time our business overcomes and we find new and better ways to do business. So we're prepared to be unprepared.
I'll tell you, what a great line to write down, right? If anybody who's listening to this, and just say, prepare yourself, right? To be unprepared and to be able to react to that and be ready to just be nimble, get out there and make the changes necessary. And your point's well taken with the service advisors and the training, focus that it takes to really understand, have empathy, to understand how to understand an objection, to how to overcome it, rather than just try bulldozing your way into another sale. The trick with sales is there really is nuances that make it really work well for people. And I think you're on a great path to success with that, for sure. Way to go. All right, Jim, tell me about what's going on with your guys. What's your plan for the second half of the year?
So the plan is to, continue to support our employees and make sure they're in a good head. Okay, they're positively knowing that they're being recognized for the jobs that they do and the results that they perform, the results that comes out of their job, right? So the customer satisfaction, service advisors selling, as far as how much money, their effective labor rates, their amount of tickets they're writing, the amount of tickets they're closing, just the overall financial performance of the advisor, the technicians, how many hours they're booking, things like that, comebacks, fix it right the first time scores, all that being monitored, and then recognize the good. Acknowledge and recognize. That's going to go a long, long way with your employees. So a happy employee is going to most likely lead to a good transaction with the customer. So continue to focus on that every day, always. Don't ever lose sight of that. Secondly, just like, you have to have the ability to overcome turbulence, right? We're in some turbulent times right now, and there's a lot of unknown what's happening, and we don't know what's happening, with what's going on in the news and all this other stuff. So just like if I was booking a flight from New Jersey coming down to Florida to visit you guys, and the pilot knows there's a bad storm in Virginia, he's either going to fly around it or fly over it to prevent, a lot of turbulence during the flight. So you have to have that same type of mindset, knowing that there's turbulence there. You have to do what you can to overcome that, so it doesn't affect your business, doesn't affect your employees, and you don't lose focus on the customer and doing business. So it's kind of a similar situation to a pilot flying an airplane away from a storm. And And we're just going to be consistent in our message. We want to make sure that our customer experience is very good. It's very positive. It's rewarding for the employees. They're paid properly. They're acknowledged for a job well done. And we stay the course. Growing our mobile service business is always something that we're focused on because we have such a good presence in mobile service. It does work, and we work on that on a daily basis. Our whole mobile service team is like a business within a business. It's a totally separate entity that works on its own in cooperation with our main service and parts department. So, but it grows, and that helps the the revenue stream every day, every month, at the end of the year. It makes a big difference. So that's our focus, and we want to continue and kind of match where we were year over year. We're on track to do that. You just got to make sure that Q3 and Q4 stay consistent. We deliver our service, and the repeat and referral business stays intact.
Fantastic. And I think you could talk to Ed about some recognition programs that they play. I mean, it's ridiculous up there, isn't it? I mean, it's like
breaking records. I love those vinyl records. That's one of my favorite. I mean, they do so much down there, but when they break vinyl records, I absolutely love that. It's really great.
It is great to see. And if you look about your office, or you look about you don't remember the cash reward. Well, maybe you do. You bought something nice or whatever. But
right.
The Waterford Trophy or the this or that trophy for success. You know what? They realized that they were being recognized with their peers. And
yeah, right. Recognition goes a long way, Ron. It really does, and the employees need that recognition. That's what keeps them doing the job that they do every day. It really does.
Shon, we put you in a really tough spot, right? Because everyone else has got to give away all their good juices, and then we go, okay, Shon, come up with something fresh, buddy. Come on, man. Let's hear it.
It's okay. I want to say something you said about the trophy thing, though, and it's a good point. When you give out cash spiffs or whatever, it's not a $50 bill to hang on the wall behind them, but that trophy is always on their desk. Tell me the last time you walked up to a service advisor's desk and you saw a $50 bill that you gave out as a spiff that was taped there. But if you gave them a trophy, it's there every single time, or the belt or whatever that case is. It goes on. But as far as us, obviously video, we were late to the game. I acknowledge it. We're getting there. But for us, I think, and if anything, the snow story again with body shops and collision, our focus is on parts. My trip to Sacramento with Tully was mind-numbing and changing, where we're going to change the culture in parts, and we are going to eliminate the back parts counter. One of the things I've failed at over the years is I tend to do all stores at one time. Probably going to do that a little bit different, but I'm going to take the big store on, and I've got a parts manager that agrees that we're going to eliminate the back parts counter, and we're moving him in the main shop. Our shop isn't as big as Ed. We've only got 29 techs in the main shop and 18 in the truck center, but we're going to plant those counter people in the main shops. It's already done. It's ready to go, and that'll be the big one. We're going to rob Sarah, whether she realizes or not. We are going to go fully in-house BDC, which was a goal for last year. We didn't get it done because of construction. That's an excuse, and that's all it was. I should have done it regardless, but we're ready for that. We will be in-house BDC 100% by December. Parts, what am I missing? The third thing for us, as everybody knows, and Tully, I brag at him quite often, the great state of Wisconsin is very good to me on labor rates. Everybody knows that. I have many stores that are in the $300 mark now, by the way, for warranty reimbursement. They do the same with parts, but you got to be careful with parts. And we didn't focus as much on parts as we did labor. So we're going to maximize our parts reimbursement as well.
Fantastic. Well, Sarah, if you didn't pick up a couple good ideas from this group, you just weren't listening, right? I mean, because there's some great ideas on how to grow your business for the second half of this year and learn from their first two quarters of what really happened. So I think this is a great group, and I think we shared some really good ideas.
Ron, of course, this panel always brings the incredible relevant topics, and it's incredible to hear all of the great things that Tully, Ed, Tom, Jim, and Shon are doing. And Ron, there's a lot of great content that you can also read about. Where can we go to get our copy of Fixed Ops Magazine?
That's crazy. There's a magazine that comes out every other month, and you can get a free copy of this if you're in the Fixed Ops world. And you just go to fixedopsmag.com, click on the subscribe button, sign up, and this little magazine shows up on your doorstep. It's crazy. And there's 10 articles in every issue, Takes you 5 minutes to read each article. If you read one article a day in 10 days, you're brilliant. Okay, you picked up great tips from 10 great people across the country. So it's a real, boiled down way of really saying, how can I really get better and better at what I do? You may not agree with what the person says, but you're going to learn from that person and what they say in their article. And you'll say, you know what? That is a better way of doing it than I'm doing it. Wait a minute. Let's incorporate that into my business. And you can do it at your own pace. So it's a lot of fun. So yeah, fixedopsmag.com. Click on the subscribe button and you're there. Thank you.
Well, Ron, I'm going to steal what Ed Roberts said a little while ago. Fixed Ops Magazine is just another component of your Kaizen, just continuous learning and continuous improvement. So on behalf of TEDings, I want to thank you, Ron, for being part of our panel today, the Fixed Ops Magazine panel with Tully Williams, Ed Roberts, Tom Druzynski, Jim Sabino, and Shon Kingrey. Stay tuned, everyone. We've got more segments coming up next.
Do you have a great product you want to get in front of auto dealers across the country, and specifically their fixed ops departments? You know, their service, parts, and body shop. For over 15 years, Fixed Ops Magazine has been putting service-related products like yours in front of franchise auto dealers across the country. There simply is no better way to reach every dealer in the USA all at once. Hi, I'm Ron, the publisher of Fixed Ops Magazine, which is both a digital at fixedopsmag.com and print magazine that reaches out to over 38,000 subscribers who influence what products are purchased in the over 16,000 dealers across the country. Fixed Ops Magazine may even publish your article about a topic you are an expert and have a real passion for in this industry. Every article has the author's contact info so they can reach you. Write an article, run an ad, and an e-blast. We call that our bundle for success. You won't believe how great a deal it is. So to get started, call, text, or email me and I'll tell you more. We are 100% devoted to the franchise stores, so we don't waste your time or money. We are laser focused on your prospects. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today. www.fixedopsmag.com. Ron at fixedopsmag.com, 714-803-5476. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today.
UVI has really taken a lot of different things and supplemented them. If they can see right away, hey, I think something's off with this, the customer's now thinking about it, and there's credibility. Not just the technician's opinion, not just the service advisor's opinion, but we've got pictures here, we've got a scan here.
We have this tool here that we can actually accurately find out what's wrong on the undercarriage of the car, on the sides of the car, above the car, even the smallest scratches on the window. So I think it helps us generate more customer base and more revenue as well.
Frame damage, rust, heavy rust, engine oil leaks, transmission leaks, and stuff like that, where we've caught a lot. That's what makes the system nice.
up BG. Our next segment features Gary Gray from BG Products.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Gary Gray is with us. He is with BG Products. He's the manager of distributor field support, OEM programs. First time on the roundtable. Gary, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you very much.
Gary, I've heard a lot about you, the great work you're doing, the great support that BG provides its dealers. Gary, second to none, that field team out there with the distributors, amazing work. And Mikey was here on Monday and was doing a training session up in Pittsburgh, and we caught him at lunch, and he was giving us a lot of the latest of what he's been teaching. Gary, great pleasure to have you.
Yeah, it's great to be here, and you are very lucky to catch Mikey B. Man, that guy is all over the country, training. He is a fantastic trainer. I even, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. That's not true. He has taught me so many new things and so many different perspectives to look at this business and the way we train and the way that we engage our service advisors and dealers. It's phenomenal, but a great asset we have in Mikey B.
Gary, you come from retail. You've been a fixed ops director for a long time. You understand the retail world. And tell us a little bit about your responsibilities at BG and supporting the GM Enhanced Maintenance Program for BG Products.
So, Ted, what I do for BG Products, I've been with BG Products now for nearly 3 years. And so what I've been doing before our OE relationship with General Motors began, I behind the scenes was really learning our field team and learning what reps do, how they engage our stores, and just kind of we're blazing this trail with this OEM relationship. But what a phenomenal time to be in the BG world. But what I do is currently I help our BG reps understand that General Motors and Ford hired them to implement and lead the respective enhanced maintenance programs. And so really speaking the GM language and understanding where resources are within Global Connect is what I teach our field team. And our reps, they're out there working hard every day. And I have to mention this, these relationships with OEs are just a really small part of their business. Their day could be anything from repairing equipment for a dealer to training service advisors on a platinum fuel service, any number of things they could be tasked with in a day. So what I have to teach them is when we walk into an OE relationship or OE partner store, we have to act like that OE partner first, and then we become the problem solver for that dealership. So any other things that they need, we can then put on the BG hat, and then we can support them accordingly in their daily operations. But it's been a blast. I get to travel the country, East Coast to West Coast, and really learn a lot about the implementation of a new program for not only the OE, but for us as well in the BG Products world.
Gary, one of the main differentiators, one of the many for BG, is this field support, the people, boots on the ground in dealerships. I don't know if you want to speak to that, but nobody's got the presence that you do, I think, including the OEMs. And that's probably why they turn to the best with BG. Talk to us about that support, because it's really incredible what you have out there in the field.
You nailed it, Ted. What makes BG is we are an in-person business, so we understand. And that's why I cover East Coast to West Coast. And even though I'm a corporate employee for BG Products, I speak the GM language. So I love being out in the field, working with our reps. And I travel quite a bit, and I couldn't do it without my beloved wife. She helps support me and gives me the ability to, travel far and wide and support the BG field team. They are very, very vast, 60 plus distributors across the US. And the number out there is about 800 field service or field sales reps, excuse me. I say service reps because this is really a service sales business. That's what we do, is we service our customers to the best of our ability. It's more of a partnership. We have this mantra, partner beyond products. I'm sure you've heard it, and it's something that we really live by. And you have to be in person in order to be a true partner. You have to really understand their business and really understand what's going on in their day-to-day to understand some of their pain points. The cool part about that is as a BG representative, we become an objective thinker, right? So we're there observing their businesses and understanding where there's opportunities for them to bring more profitability into their business.
Gary, we've always known BG was the right thing, and now the OEMs, okay, particularly on the General Motors side. Can you share any benefits or results that dealers have seen, or that you've seen for dealers that are engaged in the enhanced maintenance program?
Yes, Ted. And so I'll mention this first. We have a really good our Smart VMA program. It's really, really good. It's a menu presentation program, but behind the scenes, we get a lot of data from that. So we've been conducting some of our own studies, and our Smart VMA team with Hyper BI, we've been able to extrapolate some data and really look at some retention numbers. And we've got some initial reports and some initial data that shows that, in the 1,100 dealers in our sample size, we have significant increases in service retention.
That's a big sample size, by the way. You said 1,100?
1,100 dealers. Yes. So we have a large sample size, which is good. We want a true picture. Now, here's where that kind of segues into the GM Enhanced Maintenance Program. On the GM side, so GM, roughly has a little over 4,000 dealers across the U.S. So they have a massive, massive sample size. And so they like to look at composite data. In composites, they look at like dealers and peer dealers. And some of the numbers, some of the initial numbers that we're seeing is, and these are subject to change, of course, but we're looking at and seeing a 7% increase in fixed coverage. That is huge. So dealers that are participating in this enhanced maintenance program are seeing 7% increase in fixed coverage. Now, along with that fixed coverage, and something that I mentioned in my article on the Fixed Ops in the Fixed Ops magazine,
yes,
that retention and fixed coverage kind of go hand in hand. So with that fixed coverage 7%, we're also seeing a 6% increase in service retention. So huge. And it's again, I'll mention the article. In my article, that's something that I had found before these composites were studied. And I have known and seen this over the years, that your fixed coverage correlates with your retention numbers. The more customers you're retaining, the better your fixed coverage is, and vice versa. So the GM findings actually kind of cement what I've been seeing. And it's kind of refreshing to have that, kind of click. Yep, I was right all along. GM numbers prove it. So those are some huge, and I would say significant findings early on. And as we mature and grow with this program and get more data, we'll have more results and more things to analyze, and just kind of look at how we can tweak things even more. Because I'd love to see us helping dealers not only with our own BG programs, our own maintenance programs with the BG world, but in these enhanced maintenance programs, have some really concrete data to say, hey, dealers, if you engage with this is a 10% increase or 15% increase. I really anticipate those are some of the numbers we're going to start seeing.
Gary, let's talk a little bit about the support that if you're a franchise automotive dealer, that you receive from your BG distributor, because again, you mentioned the distributor wears many hats, okay, but a big part of what they do, that hat that says training, because that's one of the things that I think is very different about BG is that you actually don't just help put products in the dealership, but you help them sell and present properly these products and position them. If you don't mind, speak to us a little bit about that.
Yeah. No, that's a huge topic of our world. And listen, you are 100% right, Ted. If the product doesn't move off the shelf, we can't sell them anymore, right? So we have to have a push-pull, and our pull is training. Now, Along with that pull, along with that training, here's what I teach our reps about, kind of from an OE perspective, is we have to take things off of the district manager parts and service. That's the new GM title for the GM rep in the field. We have to take things off of their plate. We also have to take things off of the parts and service manager's plate. They have plenty of things to do on a daily basis. Listen, trust me, I know, I've been there. And so as a BG rep, if our reps can go in and not only conduct the training, but help them build and give them directions for building opcodes, something as simple as building an opcode, it seems elementary, but I'm going to tell you, it takes valuable minutes of my day. If I'm wearing my fixed ops director hat or my service manager hat or parts manager hat, if I have to stop what I'm doing to do that, it's kind of a pain point, right? So what we have to do is we have to remove as many hurdles as we possibly can. One of those biggest ones is training. That's why I say it's so important for us to be face-to-face in their businesses on a daily basis, understanding how we can support them. Because when we can take that training aspect off, we allow the parts and service managers, the fixed ops directors to now lead their business. So we can lead the enhanced maintenance programs, we can lead their maintenance programs, and they can rest assured that their best interest is right here in our heart, because we know and understand that we can sell them stuff all day long. But if we're not pulling it off of that shelf, we don't get to sell them anything else. There's only a finite amount of room in a parts room, right? So there's enough shelf space, but we have to be mindful of that, and we have to keep that shelf space churning. So
you mentioned earlier Smart VMA, Hyper BI. Again, big reasons to choose BG. Tell us about any best practices that you've seen out in the field, especially so far with the enhanced maintenance program.
So I'm glad you mentioned this. I do presentations and I do training sessions in dealership, and I do formal, like in classroom type settings for our reps. And I have what I call a black belt best practice. Okay.
Black belt. Okay.
Yes. The black belt best practice. Everybody knows that if you're going to be a black belt in jiu-jitsu, you have to spend a lot of time on the mat. You spend hours and years perfecting your craft. Right. So I call this the black belt best practice. And it's quite simple. It's actually a paper menu. It's a laminated paper menu. It's just as simple as presenting the customer something intangible in their hand. Now,
right.
I say all that, but you and I know, and everybody knows, that Smart VMA and digital menus are the pinnacle. Those are the best of the best, because especially our Smart VMA program, because I love how it's VIN specific. So basically we plug in a VIN number and it will tell us, it will review the history, and it will tell us everything that customer is due for based on the manufacturer's recommendation and based on the dealer's preferences. So we can fine tune and tailor those menus like they want. But here's what I'm kind of seeing in the field. Because this is a new program and this enhanced maintenance, let me back up and let's go back to the beginning real fast. And I'm shifting gears here on you, Ted. But the reason why the manufacturers are offering enhanced maintenance is cars are on the road longer today than they ever have been. Customers are keeping their vehicles longer. So the manufacturers are like, hey, you know what? We've got to help them minimize repairs. So GM, in their research, they found that customers that are on a robust maintenance program with BG products, fuel maintenance program, they have less fuel-related repairs throughout the life of their vehicle. So they're implementing these new enhanced maintenance programs, and anytime something new comes to the market, it has slow adoption. We're creatures of habit. It's just the way it is, especially service advisors. I was one in the day. I promise you, I know how service advisors think. And I don't want anything else new or nothing to interrupt my routine. I'm very routine. And so the black belt best practice being this paper menu is something that I recommend dealerships install at least temporarily, even if you have a digital menu. And the reason why I say that is it gives the service advisor some way to adopt this new process. And what the other thing I like about this paper and laminated, really nice, colorful menu, it's GM approved. We have one for the Ford side as well, but it is GM approved. And so when they hand this to the customer seeing an OE offering. And it's funny because when I train our reps and I train service advisors, I tell them to do this. I tell them to say it this way. This is an easy button. Okay. The easy button is, hey, GM engineers now recommend a fuel maintenance product every time you're here for an oil change. Whether it's the AC Delco 44K product or the AC Delco fuel system service, you're due for either one every time you're there for an oil change. So that's kind of a cheat code, an easy button, if you want to call it. But that menu is really again, it's my black belt best practice. And it's because it helps service advisors, it helps the dealerships adopt a new program in a let's say less pushy or evasive way. We want the customers to feel welcome to it. And the other thing I like about it is those products and the new enhanced maintenance products are recommended. They're not required, which is cool because I want the customer to have an option. I want the customer to be able to tell me no. And the other thing about this menu is it does highlight, you may not be able to see it right now, but it does highlight the QR code right here at the top. That QR code is so customers, when the service advisor does have a price objection, which we will run into from time to time, when they have that price objection, they can tell the customer quite easily, oh, this QR code is up here just to remind me that you can pay with points. Oh, you mean I don't have to pay with money, Ted? Like, oh, great. So whether it's in the GM world or the Ford world, they both have reward programs, right? So Ford Pass or GM My Rewards, customers can pay with points instead of money. It just takes a lot of pressure off that service advisor.
That sounds really good. What you mentioned earlier, the AC Delco 44K service, all that together. That's beautiful.
It does sound. And listen, it sounds just as good in the Ford world when we say Motorcraft 44K. So AC Delco 44K, Motorcraft 44K. It's the best fuel cleaner in the world. It is absolutely. And I've been using it, Ted, since 1999. So a long, long time. It's been a great product. Tried and true.
It works, and now it's being recognized for that. So congratulations. So Gary, to kind of sum things up, if a dealer wants to go ahead and take advantage of the enhanced maintenance program, the services that they can get through BG products, or if they're having a hard time and need training, to get some traction in implementing this, what recommendations do you have?
So two ways if you're a GM dealer. Okay. So if you're a GM dealer, your district manager parts and service is a resource for you first. And secondly, your local BG representative. So your local BG distributor can actually help you implement the program. You don't need the GM rep to be there. GM hired us to roll this program out. Ford hired us to roll their program out. So your best resource, all in all, for any of your problems in your dealership is your local BG rep. And the BG distributors are very easy to locate. BGprod.com is an easy way to find us. BGfindashop.com is another way. There's and I tell you, if you just ask any of your dealer partners in the area, if you don't have a relationship with one of our BG distributors, you just ask one of your dealer partners. I'm sure they can point you to your local rep. We are well known across the United States. And of course, my information's been scrolling by on the screen. If you need my assistance, I am always here to assist. I love supporting our products. I love supporting our programs. And I always say we need as many friends as we can have in this business. And so we're all here to help.
You see Gary's email scrolling at the bottom of the screen, everybody. There's a phone number as well. That's your cell phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good.
Yes,
so
sir.
Everybody, if you want to reach out to Gary for more information, I imagine some folks are going to take you up on that. I really like that laminate version of the menu that you showed us. And, you know, having something to show a customer, so often advisors don't have that tool to be able to show a menu because, you know, for whatever reason, it's a busy day. They got a lot of things happening and it's a visual and it gives credibility and helps obviously build trust, right, in the service and the dealership. So
it really does, Ted. And one last thing I'll add to that laminated menu. Here's what it really helps a service advisor do. It really helps them fill some blank space because they have to plug in the GM world. They have to plug into the vehicle to capture some data, and they also have to do their walk around. So it's very easy to hand that to the customer and say, "Hey, review this while I take care of this, and I'll be right back with you." So it helps fill in some blank space.
And they might have some questions on that, okay, which will lead to more opportunities as well and more trust building. And again, very credible. Gary Gray, everybody with BG Products here with us today at the Roundtable. He's heading up a big part of what dealers can expect in the future and today at BG Products. He's the manager of distributor field support for the OEM program. So Gary, big shoulders to carry this, and congratulations to you and the BG team.
Thank you, Ted. I really appreciate your time today, sir.
Gary Gray, everybody from BG Products, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Develop a brighter tomorrow with the Niello Company's Service Writer Development Program.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Sarah Vantine, and we are here at the Niello Company's newest Porsche store. It is beautiful, and it has been a fabulous start to our day so far.
Katrina, you are so right. And this panel, we're going to be talking to the Millionaire Service Managers and Service Writers team. Everyone, if you'll just go down the line, please introduce yourself to our audience today.
Hi, I'm Joe. I'm the service manager at Porsche Rockland. Been with the company about 9 years.
Hi, my name's Eric, assistant service manager of Porsche Rockland. I've been with the company about 1.5 years.
My name is Chandra. I'm the assistant service manager at the Acura store. I've been here about 12 years.
My name's Casey. I'm over at the Niello BMW Sacramento location. I've been with the Niello company about 7 years.
My name's Scott. I'm the service manager at the BMW Sacramento store. I've been with the company for about 39 years.
Wow, so some big numbers in there. You guys must love your jobs here, and I wouldn't blame you either. So tell us how you guys got started with the Niello company.
Joe,
So I started as a service advisor at BMW. Then I was moved up to the assistant service manager, and now I am the service manager at Porsche. So kind of a progression through the years there.
I feel like I simply just lucked out. The company I was working for changed hands, and I applied to Porsche Rockland, and from there it's been history. Just excited to be here.
I started as a service advisor assistant at Acura and just moved my way up from a rider to assistant service manager.
I started as a lot porter, washing cars, parking them, and moved my way up to assistant service writer or internal service writer, and then became a full-time advisor off the bat. So, course of 7 years. I did the same. I started out washing cars, worked my way up through the service drive, worked a little bit in the parts department, back to the service department, doing quality control, dispatching, and then the bulk of my career was writing service. And once got to that point, I moved on to a service manager position.
Wow, so you all have very impressive growth paths within the Niello company, right, Sarah?
Yes, and I'd love to get your perspective too, because one of the things that Tully had talked about with the Niello company has been the opportunity that you've had to mentor others and really also pass the baton and the torch. So, Joe, I'll start with you. How have you seen mentorship and really the evolution of training evolve?
So when I started, I was lucky to have Scott as my service manager. He kind of showed me the Niello way, coached me to, become a leader and so forth. And I take that now and I send it down to my advisors and just coaching everybody and, our monthly reviews that we do and getting everybody, excited to come to work. It's a great place to be.
Yeah, I feel that being with this company is definitely been a great opportunity for me to coach up-and-coming advisors. I've been doing this for a long time. Just really excited to see what the future has.
Yeah, when we coach, we're out there with the advisors every day. We are in the repeat referral business, so we want to capture that. People embrace that. Collect customers. You treat people right, they come back, and it's just a matter of mentoring that. We try to keep the schedule so that we're not overworking our service advisors so that they can concentrate on a set amount of repair orders a day and customers a day so that they can take the time that it takes to talk to the customers, send those quality videos from the technicians, get the quotes across, and spend the time with the customer to collect those customers for the future.
I think a big part of coaching goes into how to manage the emotions of an advisor. A lot of them come into it and they don't understand that they're going to be the brunt of all the damage that comes out, and customer complaints, parts not showing up, whatever. And Joe was actually my mentor during that time, and he kind of walked me through the steps of what it takes to be an advisor and how to manage your emotions and expectations with what is to come in this position. And I've taken that and I've done my best to teach new coming advisors to kind of just say, when you're stressed, just take a step back, take a deep breath and attack it a different way or ask some questions and get some help.
Yeah, I feel it also, it starts from the top down. It starts with the ownership of the company. You build core values with the Niello company, and bringing advisors up, you teach them the core values of the Niello company and what it is to build relationships. At the same time, it's a tough job, but we have fun with it. We work together and it's a team.
Definitely. Tell us a little bit about those core values and what they entail and how those project onto the customer-facing side.
I think the number one is we're a team.
Yeah.
We work together as a team, and respect is huge. Respecting our customers, respecting our fellow employees, working well together.
Definitely. Well, and just final question for the group. So in thinking about, something that you've experienced at the Niello company that's helped your success, give us an example of a time where the mentorship, the learning opportunities has really impacted your career.
I'll go first. Just being able to talk to people and get, treating everybody the same, treating every customer fair, and building that repeat and referral business. I think that's just been a huge part of what's helped me grow with the company, is just treating everybody with respect, employees and customers, and treating everybody the same.
Well, I think just the mentorship from in general, like when I talked to Tully a while ago about there was a pathway for sales managers and to move up to VGMs, but there wasn't one at one point necessarily to move up to be a service manager, or they didn't have assistant service managers so much. And you can go to Tully or the Niellos or the higher ups and talk to them about, it's open door. You can go tell them your concerns or what you want to do, and then they can make a pathway for you. So me sitting down talking to Tully about why isn't there a pathway to be an assistant service manager, to train somebody to move up to be a service manager? Now we have a whole bunch of assistant service managers. So it's the culture that's raised that leads, that brings people up from the top. So like Scott said, it starts from the top.
Panelists, any final thoughts that you'd like to share on that?
Just a great company to work for. We love the Niello company.
Yeah, I'll attest to that. It's the amazing part about this company is how much they care about your family life. We get to go home at a reasonable time. As in this career, that's hard to find.
Yeah. Everybody, we're here at Niello Porsche in Sacramento, California. We're at the Niello company for the Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up event. Stay tuned. We have some exciting segments coming up next.
Good morning and welcome to Porsche Sacramento. My name is Lucas and I'll be the technician working on your Porsche Panamera today. Starting up here, we do have our rear tires at their lowest point, measuring in at about 4:30 seconds, as you can see there, both here on the left rear and in the right rear. Now we also did a thorough visual inspection of all underbody components, including but not limited to the vehicle's rear suspension, differential, exhaust and driveline center sections, as you see here, underbody trim panels, center differential and transmission components, front suspension, as well as the front tires. The front tires at their lowest point measure in just there at about 6:30 seconds, just there under 7 here in the front left and in the front right. So the front tires do have quite a bit of tread left on them. However, the rear tires will need to be replaced rather soon. So we're gonna go ahead and put in a yellow recommendation for that at this time. Now we're also gonna go ahead and move on to the front brake pad inspection. Up here in the front of the vehicle, our front brake pads at their lowest point, as you can see in there, have a yellow gauge indicating these front brakes measure in at 4 millimeters here in the front of the vehicle. Now the rear brake pads also measure in at 4 millimeters, so I'll go ahead and show you right here. With our yellow gauge, it's a little difficult to see, as you can see right there, 4 millimeters at its lowest point. Now because they're in the yellow, we're gonna go ahead and recommend a replacement of both the rear as well as the front brake pads at this time. Finally, we're gonna go underneath the hood of the vehicle for the underhood inspection. Finally, underneath the hood of the vehicle, we went ahead and performed the vehicle's engine oil change as well as an oil filter replacement located right underneath this cover. We went ahead and topped off the coolant, your coolant tank reservoir, washer fluid, and your washer fluid reservoir, and observed that the brake fluid and the brake fluid reservoir was at the correct level at the time of service. And we also did a thorough visual inspection in and around the engine compartment, looking for any signs of prematurely worn or any damaged components, and everything underneath the hood of the vehicle is working and operating as it should be. The only other area of concern that we had found on the exterior of the vehicle was the vehicle's crack in the windshield, so we're gonna go ahead and recommend a replacement of the vehicle's windshield, as well as a calibration at this time. So with that being said, we'd like to thank you for bringing in your Porsche Panamera for service today at Porsche Sacramento, and we hope to see you next time.
We are better car people. Every missed lead is a missed deal. We'll show you how to connect with modern customers.
We're calling the right customers with the right message at the right time. And it's funny, if you call them, they will respond.
Better Car People Sales BDC delivers reactive lead management, proactive campaigns, and long-term engagement.
Welcome back. My name is Brooke. What can I do for you today?
I want to bring my car in.
Sure, one moment.
It has electrical problems.
Let me get that appointment booked for you.
Brooke lets you focus on service lane customers.
Thanks for calling. Have a great day.
I was able to purchase a store in White Plains, and that store has gone from 200th place in the United States of America to now the 33rd place in the United States of America.
Better Car People can give you the tools, the resources, and the confidence to hit your team's performance goals. Supercharge your sales process with Better Car People Sales BDC Solutions. Connect with us today.
Go where no speaker has gone before with the Hoist Hanger panel.
welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. The team from Hoist Hanger is with us here today. Want to introduce them to the Fixed Ops Roundtable family. Elton Nigri, Rick Daley is with us. Tully Williams out on the West Coast at the Niello company. Tully, if it's okay, let me start with you, Tully, because you had a chance to see the product a little bit earlier on this year.
It was very exciting to look at. You know, when I say it's all about the hours, is how do we make our technicians more efficient, and how do we protect our technicians from getting injured? And when we look at the issue here, what we have is that they're standing up, right? When they take the tire off, they have to bend down or walk around. And what we have found out is that these technicians that are doing all these services over and over again, picking it up and sticking it on the lift hoist hanger, is saving backs, and most important, saving time. And as we're making our technicians more efficient, they can make more money for them and their families. We go home richer and tireder every day. It's a great product to help your efficiency. It's also a great product to protect your technicians from getting injured.
Elton came out to the Porsche Sacramento pop-up event that we did earlier in March. And I saw him installing those in the shop while we were there. So Tully, let me just get this straight. You've got them now in the shop. They're active and technicians are working with them.
100%. He went back out there, put it on there like, what's this? And the technician's like, wow. As I talked to our service manager at our beautiful Porsche store, is that is such helped out our technicians so much when it comes to those repetitive repairs. It's not really designed as much for our guy that's doing an engine or something that he's on the rack for 40 hours. This is the person that's going in and out, redoing services, doing a lot of repair work under the wheel, brake jobs and those things. It helps them efficient. And it really, the best part is it's helping the backs, which ultimately helps on less claims and keeping our technicians healthy. We want our technicians to be rich and tired, not rich and tired and hurt.
Elton, you had a chance to visit also with Ed Roberts late last year at Bozard Ford Lincoln down in Florida. And I understand now Ed has several, maybe more than several of the hoist hangers, and a lot of success there, Elton, especially in Quick Lane. And Elton, you and I go back some 20 years, so congratulations to you and Rick. And Elton, first, if you would tell us a little bit more about hoist hanger.
Yes, hoist hanger is a patented product that goes on virtually any type of lift, in grounds, above grounds. 99.9% of the lifts are covered. We have a custom fit for every type of lift. And as Tully was saying, it is a back saver for the techs. Whenever they use it, they love it. And as also we can save little by little bites on the apple. We're saving time, like Tully was saying, and time in the shop is money. We're everywhere, but especially in the shop and for the technicians. So we want them to make money, as Tully was saying, and we want the dealership to make money and also retain their technicians, because nowadays it's very hard to find good technicians, and this is a very good retaining tool as well.
Rick, you and I were speaking in the green room, and you mentioned the Penske group, and I was already aware, Tully, our friend Shon Kingrey, heard about you having and Ed having the hoist hangers, and Shon said, Rick, are those the ones I see in the Penske dealerships around the country? So, Rick, congratulations to you. Tell us about that as well, because I think our audience is very interested in how this product works.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. Penske's been a wonderful ally and friend of the family. We first brought it to them a number of years ago, and they said it looks like a good product, but let's try it out in a few stores. So we did that, and we supplied a Honda store on the West Coast, an Indianapolis Honda store, and a Lexus store on the East Coast, and put the hoist hangers on every one of their lifts, let the techs use them for 2 weeks. And they came back to corporate and said, this is fantastic. We love the product. And corporate then said to us, hey, let's negotiate here and let's roll it out for our entire group. And that we did. We went to geographic areas, whether it was Phoenix, where they had 14 stores, and our people came in, installed them on all the lifts. There was no downtime for the technicians. And we've continued on from there. And anytime they open a new store, they give us a call and say, hey, can you put hoist hangers in there? They have found that not only did it protect the technicians, but the data that they have, which they won't release to the public, but they've reduced their injuries and their worker comp claims tremendously. They tell us it's a no-brainer. It's paid for the product. The reduction, in workers' comp claims alone. Besides the other benefits, keeping the floor uncluttered. A lot of the dealerships have floor cleaning machines, so they ask the techs at night, hey, put the wheels on and raise the vehicle. And our cleaners can clean under the vehicles with ease. So there's a lot of benefits.
Tully, that's got to be a big issue. Injury to the technicians in the workplace.
It's a huge deal. I mean, as he said, technicians are hard. As we grow our technicians that we do here at the Niello company, as we grow them up, those young ones are doing all those quick services, but yet we don't want to have those injuries when they're young, and they also get comfortable on the way it works. So then we increase our efficiency of those times. It's hard to make a living changing oil only. And as our beginner technicians start on the lube rack, that's where they look at it. And this thing here helps that efficiency and makes it easier for them to learn and easier for them to make money showing them the success. The ultimate goal here is to make our technicians efficient, but here's the bottom line: protecting them from back injuries is a huge deal. That's just the extra benefit that you get besides the efficiency. Is the benefit is that we're helping our technicians be healthier. As these technicians age up, their fingers and knees and bones and stuff like that, ache a little bit. And everything that we can do to reassure them and help them in that is a big win for us.
Absolutely.
Rick,
and if you allow me, Ted and Tully, when I was talking to Ed Roberts from Bozard, he gave me an interesting statistic that the average age of a technician in the United States is around 50 years old. So even as Tully was saying, the young guys might think they don't need it, but they will feel the pain in the future. So we better keep our compliance in place and not have raises in the workers' comp claims, as Tully was saying. I think that's very important as well.
As we go through dealerships, we see the mature techs, as Kiko mentioned, the 50 and plus, all of them, if they've been in the trade that long, they all have a bad back. So the hoist hanger, the guys tell us, hey, this is a lifesaver for me. I used to have to get help to move these big truck wheels off and on. It's a real asset for anybody who's a mature technician.
Rick, I saw when Elton came out that he shipped the hoist hangers out to the store, and I saw him install. Now I know Elton can install them. How difficult, Rick, is it for the dealership to do the installation, or how does that happen when you go ahead and deliver that?
Well, a couple things can happen when we deliver and we're not doing the install. And if we're doing a larger group, we'll make that part of the package. We can do installation as well. If we're not doing it, there's two things that happen. We send along instructions, or there is instructions on our website. It's a very simple operation. Even the most junior technician can install hoist hangers. As a matter of fact, if he can't install them, he probably shouldn't be working at the dealership. It's very easy. It's very quick. It's a simple operation.
And Elton, this is available in both the U.S., Elton, and in Canada. Is that right?
Yes, it's available actually in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. We cover all of North America. We have specific space, a company in Mexico that sells our product there as well.
All right, very good. All right, so as you're expanding and delivering more of these hoist hangers, what else does our audience need to know? I would imagine there's also, these wheels are expensive, Elton, and there's potential of damage when they get dropped. I know that's got to happen somewhere along the line. Tell us what else we need to know about the hazards that this could help us avoid as well.
Well, yes. Usually, some technicians in some dealerships, instead of bending down to put the wheel, they just drop it on the floor and go bang it like a basketball. So that's a hazard, that injury that could be happening. That wheel, when it's on the floor, two could fall over the wheel, and wheels are very expensive nowadays. A technician could trip over the wheel. So many advantages. Hoist hanger has a 5-year warranty, no questions asked. And on the arm, it's covered with a very heavy-duty rubber sleeve. And we have a Delrin pin on the end of it, which has two functions. One is to keep the rubber sleeve in place, and second, to help the wheel not slip or fall. And it's made of Delrin, which is plastic and will not hurt any type of wheels at all. As Rick was saying, we have installed in all of the Penske dealers and several other large groups and luxury vehicles, Porsches, Mercedes. Nobody has ever had a problem with hoist hanger because it's so sturdy, and it can hold up to 200 pounds. So if someone is thinking that, well, okay, for small wheels, but what about the big trucks, the Jeeps and whatever, 200 pounds per arm. And we have never, ever had a warranty claim on an arm not sustaining the wheels.
And Rick, this is designed for the franchise dealer. Am I correct with that?
Yes, absolutely. We've mentioned Penske, but we don't want to dwell on that. We've supplied many of the top 150 dealership groups as a whole. What usually happens is someone reaches out, we come out to their store, install hoist hangers on all the lifts in a particular dealership, and they then see, as a best practice for the group, they then end up purchasing hoist hangers for the entire group. And this is whether there's a lot of mid-size 10, 15, 20 store groups. We have a list as long as your arm, everybody from Bobby Rahal in Pennsylvania, the Faulkner Auto Group, Fitzgerald Auto Group. We could go on and on. Walzer, Luther, big names in the besides Penske, and of course hundreds of single point stores as well.
Tully, your other techs are going to start asking for this, and I imagine you're going to get some phone calls from other dealers as well.
We already have, so that's the great news, right? The news spreads fast as we have our weekly calls with our fixed ops department. We bring up things that are working at each other's stop, and our Porsche store was the one to profile that this worked out. So we have multiple stores that have gone over and looked at it, and multiple stores that want to add that to their quick lane, especially on their quick lane side. As we, right now manufacturers are pushing quick lane, in and out, no appointment necessary. Everything that we can do to make our technician more efficient and safety is a big deal for us.
Elton, for our audience, how quick can they get the hoist hanger? Is it something you can do relatively quickly? Is there a wait for these?
I'm sorry. Usually we can get the hoist hangers in a week's time from our inventory. As you said, we ship them, and depending on the quantity, they go on a pallet because they weigh around 25 pounds, 25 to 30 pounds, depending on the model, each box with a set of 4 arms. So sometimes we have to ship them less than truckload, LTL, and depending on the weather, it could take a little bit more, 10 days, but 1-2 weeks at the max, the dealer has the product available.
Rick, I can tell you on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, this is very exciting. Okay. And it's a product that makes sense, and it's in great need, and it resolves a lot of issues for the dealer. And Rick, it looks like a win-win-win.
I think so. As I mentioned earlier, we get the comment all the time that, hey, this was a no-brainer. And technicians say, why didn't I think of this before? You know, the wheel was invented a long time ago, and but we've never had a solution to being able to hang, especially today's heavy wheels and tire combinations. Another point I just wanted to make, we've heard it a number of times as well, depending on the dealership, some people have great viewing areas out to the shop. And I've had the comment many times that customers have said, hey, what a professional way to handle my expensive wheels and tires, when they can see the tech taking the wheel off, hanging it on the hoist hanger, not dropping it on the ground. You know, they've got $1,000 wheel there, and they're impressed when they see that. So that's another bit of an intangible benefit.
Rick, that sounds like one of Tully's. Tully, that sounds like one of your facilities.
We love the window to the shop. We have those at multiple stores, and you know, you're absolutely correct. Our customers love to watch their car being worked on, and of course, we get to show off our great technicians and our great facilities.
All right. Let's take the next step. Elton, if our audience wants to learn more, what's the best way? And we're going to show a short video as well. What's the best way to learn more about Hoist Hanger? How do we get more information?
You can either go to our website, hoisthanger.com, or call the number that you see on the screen. The phone number is on the website as well. We have a contact form in there. If you want to email us, we have a click to call button. Several ways people can get in touch with us. Even after hours, we have the widget on our website that the customer can write whatever he needs. And as soon as someone is available, we'll be back in touch with them.
All right. Hoist Hanger, everybody. It's already in dealerships for the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Rick and Elton, if it's okay, I'm going to invite you back to the next event, and let's see if we can get a group of service directors and managers and maybe even technicians to tell us about the product and how they're using it, and learn a little bit more from their perspective for our audience as well. So that's exciting stuff. All right. Hoisthanger.com, everybody. I've known Elton for many, many, many years. Okay. And it's a reputable product. And again, it's in some of the best dealerships in the nation. And Tully, you want to give us the last word on this?
If you care about your technicians, if you care about the hours, this is a complete no-brainer.
All right. Hoisthanger.com, everybody. Hoisthanger.com. You see the number at the bottom of the screen. Elton, Rick, thank you so much for being a part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and much success to you, and look forward to a lot more.
Thanks, Tully. Thanks, Ted.
All right. And Tully Williams, thank you.
Thanks to all of you. Thank you. And we'll see you soon.
Bye for now.
Hoist Hanger, everybody, with us here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hi, my name is Rick Daley. Hoist Hanger is a patented lift accessory that allows technicians to remove and reinstall today's heavy wheel and tire combinations. With no need to bend down to pick the wheel up off the ground, back strain is eliminated. We have supplied over 25,000 lifts throughout North America with hoist hangers. Hoist hangers are a quality lift accessory. Increase technician efficiency, eliminate back strain from incorrect lifting of today's heavy wheel and tire combinations. Whether you have in-ground lifts or above-ground lifts, we have a size and application to fit the lifts in your shop.
was asked how the Big Stops Roundtable has impacted my life and my career. Well, I can tell you that without the Big Stops Roundtable, we'd still be considered the back of the house, the other side. But the biggest impact that the Roundtable's had on me has been able to make new contacts, new friends, people that really, really have helped me improve and develop in my management career. And with all the new things that they bring out, the new systems, and we use several of them, and I would have never known about them if it wasn't for the Big Stops Roundtable.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We are at Niello Porsche in Sacramento, California. And today, Ted, we have the honor of presenting all of these people with us today, an incredible award.
Today, Sarah, we are presenting the first Shon Butler Best Practice Awards. It's a promise that we made to Shon and his family late last year as he suffered through his cancer. And all the folks up here were instrumental in a lot of different ways. Shon Kingrey, you were a big part of that as well.
Well, thank you, Ted. For those that didn't know Shon, guys, he was an inspiration to us all. I went through my own health scare, and let me tell you, everybody, he was more focused on me than he was on himself, even though he knew the outcome of it. And I can't underestimate what that was worth.
You and I made a promise to Shon that we would get everyone together at some point in the future to help celebrate his life. And so we thought that there's no better way that with the latest Shon Butler Best Practice Awards that we bring the latest recipients all together here with Tully at the Niello Group. And we're very honored to have everybody here. And Shon, thank you so much for all that you do for the Shon Butler.
Thank you. And thank you. And this award is to Robin and his whole entire family. It will not be forgotten.
Everybody. Special thanks to the Shon Butler family on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We're taking payments marketing to another world with CDK Global.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings, Kim Saylor, and Tom Cunningham of CDK Global. Ted, this is an exciting panel and a very relevant topic for our industry.
Very much so, Sarah. As the industry continues to evolve, we see more and more happening. It's great to welcome our good friends and colleagues, Kim and Tom. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted.
Thank you. Well, Kim, I'm excited to learn more. We've heard this has been on the radar for some time. We know Tom has been involved with this and can answer quite a few questions. So, Kim, kind of set the stage for us and let's get into it.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, so I'm Kim Saylor, and today I'm joined with my colleague Tom Cunningham, who really leads our efforts here at CDK around payments, and we're going to talk specifically payments and fixed ops today. So what we're going to do, Ted, is take a deep dive into something that's often overlooked, but incredibly important, as we were just saying, to both really the customer experience and the dealership's bottom line, and that's payment execution, and then again, in this part, in the fixed ops department. So, Tom, I'm going to jump right into it. Let's start with the basics, though. When you think about payments and, in the service department, what are the best practices for payment execution, for fixed ops in general?
Right. So, I think that one of the key elements is payments inherently are, we'll call them a necessary evil. They fuel all of our businesses, our dealerships, and as consumers, we make payments each and every day. Likely there's not one that goes by that we don't experience it in some way, shape, or form. But really, when it comes to, implementing an effective process, it's not just a matter of being able to take funds from a customer and put them into a dealer's bank account. It's really about how is the overall process, including the transaction itself, taken into consideration what I like to think of as key stakeholders in the transaction. So it's more than, you think of as a consumer, you have your vehicle serviced, you get an invoice, you give them a card, you pay, it's done. You don't put a whole lot of thought into it. But from a payments perspective and fixed ops, we really had to take a closer look at there's more people and more processes involved than just that. So from we really took, or I look at it from a persona perspective. So there's an individual, the dealer associate, that's working, with the software installed at the dealer. It's connected to some payment functionality, and that's the catalyst that they use to ingest funds essentially from the consumer. So how linear is that? How does it integrate? Things of that nature, what features and functions. The second key stakeholder is the customer themselves. Does the solution the dealer has selected allow that consumer to pay in the preferred manner that she or he would like to pay in? Perhaps they're a customer that is akin to using digital wallets like Apple Pay or Google Pay, or they have a specific card brand preference for miles or things of that nature, or maybe they're old school and they'd like to pay with cash as an example. So making sure that there's the correct mix, if you will, of options to allow that consumer to pay in the preferred manner, not only today, but moving forward. We've seen a lot of new innovations come into the payment space over the last several years, so likely that will continue to expand. And then the last stakeholder, if we think about the process, are those individuals that are tasked with the reconciliation and settlement of those transactions. I think of that as the last mile of the payment transaction, but arguably I would consider the most important. So when those funds come in, are those transactions posted appropriately? How easy is it to do? How easy is it to reconcile? If there's any errors or things like that. So really looking at the overall process from those three different very diverse standpoints, and making sure that solutions accommodate those, I think is key to success in that area.
Yeah, that's a really interesting way to look at it, the different personas, which, quite honestly, before you shared that with me, I never thought about it that way. It's just taking a payment, like you said, and being done with it. Now, Tom, I've heard you talk in the past when we've talked about payments, like an embedded versus an integrated payment solution. So can you help break down really the difference and share, what dealerships should be thinking about when they're choosing, their approach, embedded
Sure,
versus integrated?
absolutely. So, there are two certainly different, there's embedded and integrated, and I like from a layman's perspective to think of it as built-in versus bolt-on. The analogy that I like to use is something like Sirius XM in a vehicle's radio. It's been around for 20 years. It's in your radio in your car. If you choose to activate it, you can pay a fee for the service and utilize it. But if you don't, it's there and it kind of silently sits in the background. And so, we believe that an embedded approach is the best. There's nothing wrong with the integrated approaches, but essentially it's an integration. And so basically a set of APIs or rules and requirements are shared with providers, and they integrate, they connect, they bolt on to that versus something that's built in. Think of it as almost OEM type or OEM-esque. It was designed from the ground up. So, thinking of it, the embedded solution is a bit better in my opinion, because it's part of the core application, right? So things like patches, updates, upgrades, and whatnot, they go through the laborious process of testing and quality assurance, not only for core dealership functionality, but also for payments functionality as well. Obviously, and sometimes we have an issue or an enhancement that's being implemented, and inadvertently some of the integrations get out of whack, if you will. And so it's incumbent upon those integrators to fix that. It wasn't not done by intention, but it's not the onus of the OEM. It's the integrator that has to do that. But with an embedded solution, that's something that's tested and validated prior to pushing it out to the dealer. So higher level of confidence at the end of the day that everything's going to work as intended.
Tom, I would love to just expand on it a little bit, because talking about this entire system collectively, the customer experience, I'm thinking about, some dealerships today have that process where they have a cashier that's like their one reconciliation person that the service customer has to physically walk over to their desk and process, the payment exactly at that terminal. And then, like you mentioned, a lot of customers have, a smart or a wallet that's right there on their phone that they prefer to pay with. They don't even carry a physical card anymore. So I know that we have a lot of fixed ops directors, parts directors, and even controllers that are listening right now and probably have some really specific questions about the features and functionality. So could you share with us in more technical detail, what's here, what's coming, and then why it's important?
Yeah, absolutely, Sarah. Great question. From the perspective of, what's there today, when we think about giving consumers choice in payments, it's really twofold. One, it's choice in payment types, if you will, whether it's a functionality such as an invite to pay. So I would like a text message or an email, and I can provide the information and pay that way. It might be the opportunity, as I mentioned previously, to use a wallet, whether it's Apple or Google, or it's in person in a card. So that's one aspect, and certainly we have incorporated all of those elements into our solution. But the other element is about where does the customer prefer to pay. So at the start of your question, you brought up the fact that sometimes customers are invited to go to the cashiering area to pay for their invoice. Well, some of the things when we think about the overall solution is it's really what's the approach from a payment terminal perspective. So think of it as the credit card machine. One of the things that we believe is paramount important in something that we offer is cloud-based terminals. So we enable the dealership associates, as we'll call them, because it could be a number of different individuals, to bring the payment to the customer, their wireless terminals. So perhaps the customer's gotten a shuttle, been brought back to the dealer, maybe taken an Uber back, the ability to go meet that individual, when they're being dropped off in the parking lot, or perhaps going to the waiting room or wherever the customer may be located to take care of that. We certainly afford for the dealership that capability as well. So it's not only payment types, but it's how does the interaction work? I think one of the most unique things is, the whole concept of digital wallets is it's if you've embraced it, most people really like it. I try to use it whenever I afforded the opportunity to. But from the perspective of, I had an experience recently, I'll share. My lawn service, fertilizing and weed folks come 6 times a year, and I got an invoice, and it was basically an invite to pay. And typically I expected I'd click on a link and I'd have to type in my information, as you would expect, and make the payment. Well, it was e-wallet or mobile wallet enabled. So I'm an iPhone user, and it said, would you like to pay using Apple Pay? And I said, yes. And I double clicked my power button, and the invoice was paid. I didn't have to get my card out. I didn't have to type 16 digits on my iPhone. It was a very linear experience. So it's experiences like that that remove friction from what I referred to earlier, a necessary evil, right? No one wants to have to pay for anything inherently, but we ultimately have to. So the focus needs to be on how do I make that process as frictionless as possible for the consumer to facilitate that transaction. And so a lot of those things are elements that we've taken into consideration to try to make this as simplistic and linear as possible for the customer to remit payment to the dealer.
And Tom, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that customer satisfaction here, that is probably one of the last things the customer remembers is paying for the service. So if they have to stand online at a cashier, or it's inconvenient, or they have questions that the cashier will not have the answers for, they have to go back to the service advisor. This is a big step for fixed operations to be able to do this. Tom, what about surcharging? Because I imagine a lot of service bills are collected on credit cards. There's a charge for that. Would the dealer be able to surcharge? And again, what are the compliance, the regulations locally? What's the approach there?
Sure. So, having a surcharging program, we feel is very important. We offer what we call a fully compliant surcharging program, which means based on the jurisdiction, the state that the transactions taking place, the appropriate laws and guidelines certainly follow. So at its highest level, from a Visa MasterCard perspective, there's maximum caps on the amount that can be surcharged. And then from a local or more state level, there's other rules and regulations. So our solution takes into consideration that, so that removes that burden from the dealership to worry, am I in compliance with being able to do this? With that being said, surcharging is an interesting topic. I'm glad you brought it up. we certainly have all experienced it undoubtedly, unless we live in the handful of states that outlaw it outright, where you go to a restaurant or a small retail establishment and, you have to pay an additional fee. For car dealers overall, I think that it's something that's requested. Do you have surcharging is a question that's asked a vast majority of the time. But in actually speaking with dealers and implementing them, we're finding that they really fall into three buckets, right? There's individuals that have sort of trailblazed and they're doing it today, and they either have good experiences or they wouldn't be doing it, or they and then you have folks that are the vast majority of individuals are folks that are really playing a wait and see game. So, for a restaurant bill, you take your family out for a meal and maybe it's $100 and it's 3%, it's $3. So it's not the end of the world. But if I'm getting new tires and it's $1,000 and it's $30 versus three, that's a little bit different in nature. And so I think a lot of viewers sort of view it like it's an RFP type item, like a check the box. Like, I want a solution with surcharging so that if there is a point in time in which I'm ready to jump into that realm, it's already there for me. And then certainly the last group are folks that are doing it today. And, we have the capability to do it. We take the burden of the compliance off of the dealership, allow them to really focus on their business, but providing that options to the dealer to do that in different manners, is really critical. I personally don't think we'll see widespread adoption, just my opinion, at the dealership level until we see surcharging become a commonplace at the Walmarts and Lowe's and Home Depots of the world. But certainly we'll see it here and there, and we do see that today.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I get asked a lot, do we have it? Can we handle it? But then I think it's more like you're saying, Tom, like dealers want to know, can we, if we move forward, but not necessarily ready to move forward with that quite yet. Not everyone, at least.
Correct.
So, Tom, payments, are one of those things that have to work every time, right? So tell me a little bit about the approach, like to service and support. So not necessarily just solving issues, but making, our dealers feel confident with every transaction, because as I said, they have to work.
Sure. So I kind of look at, support is it's again a necessary evil. In a perfect world, we'd all design absolutely flawless solutions and nobody would ever need support. But the reality is there are occasions when they need support. And so that's another thing that we took close consideration into when we developed this solution was we wanted that overall. Remember, it's more than getting $100 from a customer to a dealer. It's all the stakeholders in there. So from a support perspective, we feel it's critical to have, it's an embedded solution, bringing it to market. So it's critical to have a supporter. I almost look at it as a partnership. So when a dealership is looking at a payments partner, be it an OEM or an integrated type solution, they need to consider, well, what does that support look like? How do I interact with that? Is this just another vendor, or are they more of a partner to me? And I believe that, from our perspective, we believe the partner approach is the way to go. So working with the dealer in tandem every step of the way, from initial underwriting to training to terminal ordering to onboarding to support and ongoing assistance. The other thing is that, from an embedded solution standpoint is certainly every dealer is a little bit different in how they operate and what they may want to see in their solution moving forward. So, as we look toward the future, in the last 5, 6, 7 years, we've seen things like buy now, pay later become commonplace, where you make a larger payment broken up into 4 smaller pieces. And so something that didn't exist several years ago, it does exist today. Undoubtedly, there'll be solutions that don't exist today that 18 to 24 months from now in the payment space become commonplace. And so when you have an embedded solution partner, you have the ability to implement things such as that, or additional payment methods, features, and functionalities in a far more rapid linear fashion than somebody who's got to, well, we need to build that out and then we need to integrate it in or bolt it back on and whatnot. So we've really tried to consider, the overall holistic experience of payments and all its tangents to it. I think of it as a hub and a spoke. And so, the embedded payment solution is the hub of the payments, and the spokes are all the tangents, be it methods or approaches or service or support or surcharging, things of that nature.
That's great. So Ted, as you mentioned, payments are sometimes the last interaction, right, that the customer has with the dealership. So while they're not, I'll say, the flashiest part of fixed ops, they're certainly critical to delivering, that customer experience. So thanks for letting us, have some time to talk about payments here today.
And very important because it keeps fixed ops management in harmony with the office as well. So very good to have those best of relations there, okay, in terms of payments and make sure that everything's accounted for. Kim and Tom, thank you so much. Kim, if our audience wants to learn more about what CDK is doing for their retailers in this space, what's the best way to reach out and learn more?
So really just go out to our website, cdkglobal.com, and you'll be able to find more about our payment solution.
All right. Tom, great to meet you, and congratulations. An overnight success that actually a long while in coming, but it's certainly a great need for this, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Everybody, Tom Cunningham with Kim Saylor with CDK Global here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
You have money on the line, but this revenue doesn't have to stay on hold. On a typical day, almost half of service customer calls are put on hold for an average of 8 minutes, while another 40% are never answered. Now, answer every call in seconds with Ava, CDK's artificial intelligence virtual assistant. Available across the CDK dealership experience platform. Ava uses conversational responses to book service appointments in real time. If further assistance is needed, Ava passes the call along to your team. Ava can also handle multiple calls simultaneously and respond fluently in over 50 languages, transforming long hold times into efficient and positive customer experiences.
Hi, I am Ava, your virtual scheduling assistant. What type of service does your vehicle need?
I need to schedule an oil change and a tire rotation.
Great! Let's get started with your oil change and tire rotation. Do you want to use one of your existing vehicles? Here are your options. 2022 Ford F-150.
Yes, that's correct.
How would you like to handle transportation while we work on your Ford F-150?
I'll drop it off and wait.
Awesome! We can schedule your appointment for Monday, December 2nd at 3 p.m. Does that work for you?
That date's perfect.
In about 2 minutes, Ava can help customers schedule a service appointment. Customers will feel their time is valued and their vehicle is in good hands, and service advisors will focus on building stronger relationships that yield more revenue. Ava puts an end to the wait and welcomes each caller with efficient, fast service. Every customer, every time. Learn how Ava can transform your fixed operations and more today.
Ride the rings of Saturn back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event.
Hear from the team that goes to infinity and beyond with CDK Global and the Niello Company.
Joined by Katrina Ness. We are here in Sacramento, California at the newest Porsche dealership in America. We are here to talk all about having a great partnership, specifically between the Niello Company and CDK Global. So to start, if we could have down the line a quick introduction.
My name's Dennison Gingrich. I'm the Variable Operations Director here at the Niello Company.
Tully Williams, the Niello Company was founded and fixed.
Kim Saylor, CDK Global. I'm Senior Director of Product Marketing for Fixed.
Thank you. I'm Bruce Johnson, Vice President of Product Marketing for our core solutions, which include our DMS at CDK, as well as our customer services.
So, Tully and Dennis, tell us a little bit about how a good relationship and a good partnership with your DMS enhances the customer experience?
I mean, that is such a great question. I mean, for any dealership to have a great partnership with their vendor really is crucial because if you look at this truly is a people business and the tools we use, whether it be CDK or any other widget under the sun, they have to be very easy to use, very efficient so our customers can do what they're all paid to do, and that is focus on the customer. So a great tool definitely drives repeat and referral business. And I also think that is your DMS, which is the holy grail of a car dealership. Without it, we cannot operate. Is that are they looking after the car dealership? And a lot of times in the past, that's not the case. But now, as they see that we are customer centric and their customer centric, now we're seeing that we're getting better services, better quality, and better help from the OEM and the DMS because they know all the data set. They can help us where we need to go. What is the next great improvement? What is the next thing that they see? Because they have all the data.
Absolutely. Kim and Bruce, what does it mean to you from the vendor side to have that strong partnership with your dealers?
So for my role as like the voice of the customer, it's critical. I have to bring the information back from the dealers as I speak with them and take it back to our product team so that we can make our product better, make our solution better. They can make have a better option and a better solution for their consumers as well. And so we do it with, talking to our dealers, gathering feedback from them, but we also every year, this is our 4th year in a row, do a service shopper study. So find out what the dealer's customers want as well, so that we're not skipping that part because that's a huge piece of the solution that we need to provide.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'll kind of add to that. It was talked about earlier today about this is a people business, and ultimately that's the way we look at this is we are in the people business. We have a shared purpose. Our goal is to help the teams at the Niello Group and other dealers do what they do best, which is take care of their customers, sell and service vehicles, and to run the dealership with confidence. That's what we're focused on. Kim talked about, understanding the customers, the end customers. We put a lot of time into that from a research standpoint, and it's important to us to understand that. And deep relationships built on trust, like we have with the Niello Group, are absolutely critical for us to understand that. We also try to ground ourselves in understanding what are the important things that are going on in the dealership space. Things like what's going on with your workforce, what's going on in terms of attracting new talent, what's going on in terms of retention. So we put a lot of time into that, and that has a positive impact on us in terms of how we evolve our products over time to help drive efficiency in the dealership, but also the services that we put around those to help the dealer get the most benefit out of it.
Right. Being a partner rather than just a vendor, for sure. So at the Niello company on the fixed and variable side with Tully and Dennis, tell us a little bit about what technology or best practices that you guys have implemented for your partnership with CDK.
Use it. Right? Here's what happens with software is you get a widget, like Dennis likes to say, and we use it like 20% of the time. If you're having a DMS, use the DMS. If it isn't working, ask them to fix it. Our goal is to use the software for what it's worth. It helps us make it better. So our goal is that if you're not using your DMS, use it. If you don't know how to use it, they know how to use it and get them to help you use it. The software helps us make our employees great. That's what we want to do.
That's an excellent point. I want to emphasize on what Tully said there. And the feedback, of this nature that we get around the importance in using it and learning how to use it is really what's impacted us on our deep investments in our training programs, our CDK University. And something that we recently developed is based on an understanding of the importance in terms of the career job growth milestones. We introduced certifications to bring certifications into the product to help both in terms of that, accomplishment from a career growth standpoint, but to help accomplish the usage of the software and get the benefit out of
100%.
Yes. And within that partnership, training is so important because, again, if your customers don't know how to use the software correctly, how are they supposed to use it and get the best results? Dennis, do you have anything to add from the variable side on best practices while using CDK?
Yeah, in terms of best practices, like Tully says, it truly is using the product. And I think a good partnership just comes from the onset. It starts at implementation. Whenever you're bringing any type of tool into your organization, you got to have a great foundation, and that all starts with implementation. And that's a good foundation to a partnership. I need to know if my baby's ugly. I expect my partners, whether it be CDK or whomever, I want to hear my baby's ugly. And I should be able to tell you that your baby's ugly. We always start out the conversation with our partners that we at the Niello company, sorry, Ted, I don't know if this is appropriate. Ye are needy. Iterate that company. So I would really tell to the dealer body out there, insist your teams are needy. Insist your team is willing to accept the fact that their baby might be ugly, because that is how you're going to grow. That is how we're going to help grow the industry across our partners and ultimately give a better experience to our customers. So use the tool, be inquisitive, and be ready to learn.
Absolutely. And I know we already alluded to this a little bit, but do you have any closing advice, Kim and Bruce, on what you would advise dealerships to do when implementing new products or solutions?
Well, I think, from my perspective, one of the things that I think is important, Bruce talked about CDK University. So, of course, register, take the classes that are available there. So, but change is hard. So when there is something new, some people don't, want to grab onto that. But I would request grab onto that. And then as leaders, information that you get, make sure it trickles down to, to the end user, because sometimes they don't hear about it. I, as a product marketer, send information out about new enhancements all the time, but I'm sending it to typically the leaders, the managers of a dealership. So for me, it would be wonderful if it gets down to the users as well. So that learn all about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I would say, this is something that Tully's been talking about all day, of the importance of communication and alignment. And that's what I would say is absolutely key within a dealership, is that you have that communication and alignment, and probably even over communicate, because all it takes is one or two people that are, that are not on board with any strategy. And this isn't just around software. This is around, processes and disciplines when, as a business practice is do that over communicating to drive alignment. If people are not in alignment, spend the time figuring out why they're not in alignment, and make adjustments.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this has truly been a testament to the importance in a strong partnership between a vendor and a dealer, and CDK Global and the Niello Company are a great example of that. Thank you so much for joining us today, and make sure to stay tuned because we have a lot more to come. The Fixed Ops landscape is changing, and lucky for you, the Fixed Ops Roundtable is always moving forward. Savvy marketing is no longer for the front of the house. I'm Sarah Vantine, and it's time to get creative and take a seat at the Roundtable. Discover new, innovative ways to market your dealership by becoming a Fixed Ops Roundtable certified partner. Start your modern age of marketing at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
We're on the edge of our seats for the PartsEdge panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here today with Kaylee, Felio, and the PartsEdge panel. we have some exciting topics. And Kaylee, I'm looking forward to hearing all of the best practices that these gentlemen have for us today.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited to shine some more light on the parts department.
Well, Kaylee, I'm going to turn it over to you. I know you have some incredible questions for these gentlemen, so have at it.
Thank you. Okay, so today we're focusing on, it's not just inventory, it's your most underutilized asset typically. So it's often the dealership's largest investment and it remains the most overlooked. I want to break down real cost of doing nothing, from growing obsolescence, missed sales, technician inefficiencies, and parts managers just feeling overwhelmed with DMS tasks. I think there's a lack of awareness when it comes to how much is required for a parts manager to run an efficient inventory management process. So yeah, let's jump right in. Let's actually have everyone just kind of real quickly introduce themselves, who you are, where you're at, and go. I'll ask some questions.
Well, good day, everybody. My name is Mike Weldon. I'm with CPI, which is Continued Performance Improvements. I'm a coach. Retired from the retail business. I've been in the retail business for a number of years, and I truly enjoy it. This is a passion of mine. That's why I love to participate in these and contribute and learn from some of the best.
Ryan Elsey, ID Auto Group. We have 8 dealerships up here in North Dakota and Minnesota. I oversee parts and service of those. Been doing that for about 5 years. I've been in the industry since 2002, so I enjoy parts and enjoy working with Kaylee. So.
Don Andres. I am retired after 40 some years in the retail business, from fixed operations to general manager, and now own my own training consulting company. And I'm always enjoying these conversations about parts.
Hey everybody, I'm Kyle Newsome with Vesperio Performance, one of the co-founders of the company, and I appreciate being invited on the panel today. I'm excited.
Hey, I'm Chris Schaubert. I'm with the Ron Marhofer Auto Family, Fixed Operations Director here for the group.
Thank you, guys. So this is, a good mix of everyone. But, I want to just start by asking, from your perspective, what is the biggest daily challenges you face or you see your parts department face? And I just kind of want to, what's the top thing that you see that they're dealing with? If anyone wants to raise their hand, jump right in, or I can call on someone. Trying to read the room, but no one looks super excited about it. I'm gonna pick on, I think, Chris, because you're off mute. So I'm just gonna try you.
All right. So the question was, what's the biggest challenges, right? Or the things that we're looking out for?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, in reference to just the parts department as a whole, we don't want anything. I think obsolescence is probably one of the biggest keywords. We don't want anything going out of the realm of having to cost us to send it back or find another way to get it off our shelf if we haven't sold it for a period of time. And I think number 2 is, what processes are we following? Because many times it's hard to know what's going on until you're doing a physical count. So is your team following the processes that they need to follow to make sure that parts are getting billed out appropriately, that people aren't, I've seen a lot of stuff over my years, and I will say it's definitely not an odd situation to see somebody say, hey, take that. I've got 3 people at the counter. I know you need to go, and I'll get that on the RO. Well, I'll get that on the RO many times just doesn't happen. And you don't know that you didn't do it until you hope that it gets counted right when you give out a task to a counter person to count that shelf for that day. But just if they're having an off day and that was just the shelf that part came off of for the off moment where they passed the part over the counter and never got it on the RO, you're not finding out until you're semi-yearly or yearly count. And so that can be a stinger if you're not on top of everything.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think you
does
make
it-
a really good point there, Chris, especially with those fast moving parts. And I know some of our dealerships have parts maybe in the express or the quick lube station, and there's a process for billing out those parts as well. And you hit it on the head. Do we have a process every single day, especially in those departments, to where we're counting? We're actually replenishing those shelves, right? What do we do every single day to make sure that we don't get ourselves in a little bit of a trick bag, maybe next quarter when we're doing quarterlies or whatever you might do in your store?
That's a good point. And I also want to kind of put it out there too. The other challenges as far as, because that's physical inventory control. What about the data inventory control piece of it too? I want to make sure we focus on that. And just why it's kind of overlooked as far as the strategy goes for inventory control and pricing. I think it's not something that's as if you look at what a used car manager and like sales, how closely they pay attention to those things and how a parts manager does, but GMs don't really consider or look at the parts manager in that way. I think. I don't know if you all agree or have anything to say about that.
Yeah, I think there's so many things to break down there, Kaylee, especially when you're talking about, hey, I think the analogy of looking at the used car or that front end manager and saying, look at everything that we go through just on one car deal alone. Well, looking at our parts department and all the buckets we have in parts, right, and breaking down, maybe there's a margin issue here, or we have some opportunity here, really understanding what that inventory looks like. Do we have creepage in one certain area? Is our receivables and oil off? Are we constantly having to do something on our parts to pad every month? And what are we doing with that process? Or is it just that's the normal business, in that particular category? And we've kind of got used to doing that. I don't want to say it's a little bit of a chaotic procedure at month end, but a lot of times you run into that just because that's what they're used to, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I would like to kind of pick on Ryan and see if you have any insight to what Kyle is talking about. Like, what's your process, or how do you
Yeah,
guys
I think
about
he's
that?
got some good points. The other fine line you got to watch is making sure we're stocking the right parts, because you do need those parts that that are the fast moving that technicians are going to use. And you don't want to pay a bunch of overnight fees to get them emergency ordered, depending on how close you are to the warehouse. So that's the other thing that is it's great to have some reporting and some numbers on that, to make sure you're phasing right in. And also the manufacturer. I work with, I remember now, 6 or 7 different manufacturers. They all have different guarantee programs, like the RIM program, and there's all different kind of parts. So knowing which parts are guaranteed, you're more likely to keep those on your shelf because they're not going to grow into obsolescence as quickly as all these other special orders. So having a good process on your special order parts is very important as well.
Yeah, I think that when it comes down to productivity with the technicians, which is really a big part of the game, right? Is this, are we monitoring our off the shelf? Are we picking it up locally? Are we monitoring that on a daily basis? We ask a lot of our parts managers, right? We ask them to not only be in control and be looking on a regular basis with their inventory and the RIM program or whatever program they might be having, monitoring, did we get all the parts? Did they all arrive and everything? But then we ask them sometimes to jump on the back counter, jump on the front counter. We tend to run lean in these departments that are, considered support at times, when in fact it's everything. Because if I can get that deal closed on that visit and not have to have the customer go, well, if you have to order the parts, I'll just take the vehicle. Okay, well, that changes everything. And, you go walk in some stores. I know, Mike, you could probably attest to this, where that special order area's got, and I'm not exaggerating when I say $70,000, $80,000 worth of parts sitting on the shelves because customers just can't bring their car back. So RIM is important, but I think you have to have some tools as a parts manager that you can grab in a couple of clicks and know exactly what's going on at any given moment with your inventory. Yep, perpetuals are important. I think you mentioned that, Chris, as well, too, to make sure that it's on the shelf. It's on the shelf. But what is that opportunity to have the parts in inventory? We sold it enough times that we should have it, and that allows us to close deals and get work done that day. I think that's super important.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's been mentioned a couple times as far as the auto stock replenishment programs like RIM, Arrow, PartsEdge, all of them. I want to ask or get your guys' perspective on like why it's important to not solely rely on that, because I do run across that sometimes when I'm talking to dealerships. Is they're like, well, I'm on an auto stock, why would I need something else or anything else, because they're telling me what I need to stock. So what is your guys' perspective on that? I kind of want to hear from Mike because I feel like he hasn't talked too much. If you have a perspective, if not,
I've been raring to go. I'm just letting everybody else get their piece in, but I and it's for Chris and Ryan, but primarily is that your best partner in this business is your parts and service managers and how they collaborate with each other. And just because you have the ordered parts on the shelf that the manufacturer expects you to have doesn't necessarily mean that you can get that job out. That's why that collaboration has to be so efficient that each one knows each other's needs, for that you don't know what that car's coming in for. That's, when I trained technicians, I made sure that they had the ability to cross over and do many different jobs, because I didn't know what that car was coming in for. And then if they were able to get that vehicle fixed that day, it's essential. If we had to go locate, whatever we had to do to accommodate the guest, is that we did, because of the relationships that we built between parts and service, front counter, back counter, all the departments working cohesively to get the desired result. And that's how we build retention. So my question to you, gentlemen, is does that work well in your stores?
Yeah, I've kind of always said that parts and service managers should be best friends drinking coffee every morning. They should know parts managers should really know what's coming in that day, on the schedule and everything. So, I mean, they get along well. And then same way I've even gone as far as having parts schedule some of those special order parts. If service isn't getting it done, have the parts guys call in. If you start seeing that, I think it was Don was saying $70,000 in special order parts, just have the parts guys call and get those customers back in when they can. The other thing to keep in mind is the manufacturer on their guarantee programs. They're trying to give you the parts that they want to sell you, when really you got to look at that and realize what are we going to use, and make sure that you're taking control of your own inventory, that you want the stuff that is going to move. So you can help them out somewhat to stay within their percentages and guidelines, but remember that, it is your inventory, you're paying for it. So.
Yeah, 100%. And I think to Mike's point and to Ryan's, you got to bring everybody, force the conversation, bring them in. So if there's general managers listening, owners, whoever's, kind of bringing the team together and leading the charge in this, you've got to be intentional about the conversation. And sometimes knowledge is power, not just on how an inventory works, but people don't understand what true costs are. Just like some service managers don't think that parts managers know what it really costs, or know what technician costs are, or know what, it's the flip side. A lot of parts managers thinking service managers have got no clue what it really costs back here. What percentage? If I'm on the RIM program, am I able to send a part back at 65%? Well, your special order part process that you didn't have a handle on now, and then you want to come back and have a disagreement at the parts counter, with my team. Now you're putting in a challenging situation, because they're sitting here trying to make sure that we don't get charged a 35%, or shoot, if we don't hit the mark, I mean, we could be selling that part for 30%, 20%, 10%, and 5%. If you average in, shipping costs and broker fees and everything else, when you're trying to clear your shelf because you got ownership that's frustrated about obsolescence. So I think, but you have to initiate the conversation, and you got to be intentional about it. So just to echo what they're saying, but bring them in and help them understand what true costs are. And you don't have to make them a parts expert to help them understand what a true cost is.
That was a good point. That's all great.
Oh, Don, you're muted there.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So from a productivity standpoint, again, because it's, everything happens when we turn an hour right in the shop, as Tully likes to say. And so, we ask a lot of these back parts counter people now to be in a number of screens. They're not just looking at parts. They're not just charging out those parts on repair orders. What are they doing? They're also using the tool that might be there for closing the loop on multi-point inspections, on estimates, all the things that now go into this. So the communication that has to happen between parts and service is probably more valuable today than ever before. So what does that mean for the parts manager? Well, he's got to make sure he prioritizes his day and has the ability to see everything inventory wise that's important for him, allow those types of initiatives to still happen with perpetuals and things of that nature. But he needs those answers in a couple of clicks. And so that's why tools really do become incredibly valuable in a parts department. It's just too much, too many numbers. And of course, like you just said, way too much cost. You know, the RIM program is great, but you can't return it sometimes for 12 or 13, 14 months. So are we really needing, you got to be able to evaluate that. Or they're asking for 2. Do we really need 2? Do we really need to stock that this random part that we happen to sell twice, but haven't sold it prior to that in 5 years? You know, these are all things that a parts manager is asked to look at, and they don't get to really understand it until the inventory comes through, and now they're questioning the obsolescence. So having some tools in the parts department to allow them to see what's important to them in a couple of clicks, I think is really, really valuable.
Yeah, that's a great point, Don, because I honestly, a lot of times when I'm talking about PartsEdge, a lot of GMs are like, well, isn't this my parts manager's job to look at all this? And it is, but you know, having a tool to really look at it so they're not having to dig, because I don't think that there's that realization of how much data is involved to really paint that picture of what's actually happening. I think you know, sometimes when I'm talking to parts managers, they don't even realize how many more different phase-in criteria they can have by having a more structured DMS setup. So there's just so many areas we can go down. I don't know which area you guys want to go or how much we want to dig.
Well, I think you make a good point there, because it relies, you know, you're depending on what DMS they're on, right? That general manager might think that, hey, yeah, that's my parts manager's job. Well, yeah, it is, but how much time are they investing? Are we really being efficient with our time as a manager? Do you want them to spend 2 hours every morning going through DMS reports, right? Or do we want to create some sort of structured process and utilize these tools to be more efficient in our role? It's no different than, proficiency in the shop, right? Don's touched on that twice now. Well, what are we trying to do at the end of the day? We're trying to turn hours in that shop. We sell one thing, it's hours and time, just happens to come with parts usually, And so understanding, hey, how does that parts manager and service manager really coexist in that environment, I think is so key. And just the efficiency factor, because parts managers, I mean, everybody knows this. They're a different breed altogether anyways, right? I mean, they've got the keys to the kingdom, and they usually know pretty much anything that's going on in that dealership. You want to know something, go talk to the parts manager, right? It's kind of like if you want to know what a technician's flagging, you go talk to the technician next to him. They're going to know, right? And so I think it's understanding, okay, well, how do we work together best to everybody's point? I think everybody's made some amazing points. And, one great example we see all the time is with our service menus and kind of those, we'll call them low-hanging fruit, or that maintenance, those items that are kind of fast moving in the parts department. Well, inevitably what happens is we might build a new service menu, get everybody excited, train the service advisors, hype everybody up. But what did we miss? Who should be involved in those conversations as well? The parts team, the counter people. Because what's going to happen is they're going to get excited, go sell a bunch of differential services, and we never increase the fluid count. So now we're going to run out. So that chain effect ends up happening in a negative way.
Yeah, I would think, to your point, Kyle, we want our people working on the business, not in the business. When they're working in the business, they can't really see everything. And that's why I use some of these platforms that are solid in providing that support to free these guys up to really train their staff to be efficient as to what's needed to service, the shop, who's the best customer we have. Of course, our wholesale business is out there, but for every hour, do they know for every hour that you produce, how many parts are we selling? And if everybody has that mindset, everybody knows we got to get these parts to these technicians because that produces hours. And how efficient can we be if we're working in the business and we're putting out fires all the time?
Yeah. Yeah. And how many times do we see, in our recon department, right? I know this never happens, but we have counter guys and gals that have their OEM source, of course, but then they have their one favorite aftermarket source that they love to use because maybe there's, something else going on there as well. But the reality is, did we actually check around? Did we call around? Did we get the part? Do they understand the importance of getting that car done that day?
Mm-hmm. Those are all great points. And it makes me want to ask the one question I had outlined was, what is the best advice you can give someone listening when they're feeling stuck in a reactive mode? Because I think we're all trying to be more proactive and we want to be more proactive. And sometimes we in the car business, tend to be reactive. So for you guys, what advice would you give to get someone into a more proactive or less reactive? I'm going to call on Chris.
Less reactive. So go a little bit deeper as far as what you would be trying to slow down. Reactive as far as in what way? As far as the processes they have, as far as what they're ordering?
I would say, yeah, as far as, reactive in your business as a whole, because I feel like a lot of times in the day-to-day, they're just kind of surviving. And what Mike had pointed out is like, do you want them working on the business or in the business?
Okay. So quickly, I'll go back to the statement I made before about bringing them into the conversation. So before we were talking about service managers, but now think about who else you could involve in the conversation. You could involve used car managers in the conversation because of the fact that used car managers would love for you to go on eBay and Amazon for every single part to see how cheap you can get something to be able to recon their cars. But they realistically have no idea what it takes to send that part back, hunt down invoices, see if you can actually return it. It just went over the day. Yeah, but can't you just do me a favor and put that back on the shelf? And then all of a sudden you've got stuff that you can't get rid of. And then what they don't understand is you've got parts managers after the fact that are just billing it to used car policy and they're not watching. So you're literally building a monster fight in the business that is a revolving circle, all because nobody's pulling the right people into the conversation. I would go from a PartsEdge perspective is get support when you need support and understand when you've got to raise your hand and get a high level view really quick. We've all talked about it in this conversation, but with PartsEdge can very quickly give you a high level view to see what is really going on in your department. And then when you see the value in the asset they are to have on your team, as far as giving you that view, then all of a sudden layers are peeled back and the partnership begins to form. And I'm not just saying that because it's PartsEdge, it is, and it's a great tool. But I'm saying that from partner with the right people when you need to partner with them. Get the right coach at the right time. Don't sit here with too big of an ego to just say, well, nobody's here to support me. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that in this industry, from service advisors to service managers to CSTs or porters. I mean, every position. I haven't received enough training. Nobody's supporting me, and all these things versus raising our hand, pulling people into the conversation when you need to, and getting the right support when you need it.
Yeah, and to build off, Mike, I think you hit it right on the head on many, many things right there. And to build on that, we see, these newer, younger managers come in, and in this business, right, we love to promote to failure. It's one of the biggest pet peeves I have is we constantly promote to failure. Well, what are we doing for that, younger parts manager coming in? There was a wealth of knowledge in that, ex-parts manager that maybe retired or maybe there was a transition, right? Well, what tools and support, to your point, are we giving that new manager? Or even if you're a manager and you're stuck in this reactive mode, like Kaylee, you were talking about, is, hey, I don't even know what to do because there's 15 fires coming at me at all directions. How do I stop and find the guy with matches, and what do I need to do? And, I know a lot of time what helped me when I was in those roles is just writing down those common things. Hey, what are the questions your employees are asking? Better yet, go ask your employees, be proactive on that. Hey, what are you guys and gals seeing every single day that you think we need to work on and improve? And then take that list and attack that one item with your team, build that process.
Kaylee, this panel today absolutely crushed it. There's been so much great information that's been shared from the group. I want to thank each and every one of you for being part of the PartsEdge panel today. And Kaylee, if people want to learn more about PartsEdge, what's the best way for them to get a hold of you?
Yeah, you can just go to our website, partsedge.com, learn more about what we do, and schedule a meeting. I'm happy to talk to anyone.
Excellent. Well, everybody, on behalf of Ted Ings and the Fixed Ops Roundtable, today we have the PartsEdge panel with us at All Systems Go. Stay tuned. We've got more segments coming up next.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. PartsEdge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. PartsEdge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, you work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. PartsEdge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. PartsEdge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with PartsEdge. Call us today to find out what PartsEdge can do for you.
Take a moment now to connect to Mission Control and pull out your phones to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Shon Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to make space for the 5 speakers or panelists to join your orbit by casting your vote. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Man the Mars rover as we learn to drive repeat and referral business through F&I and fixed operations with Vanguard Dealer Services.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today's panel is brought to us by Vanguard Dealer Services. And Ted, we have a great topic to discuss with the group today.
Sarah, I agree. And also an all-star panel with us today. I'd like to introduce everybody, beginning with Tully Williams, Fixed Ops Director for the Niello Company out in Sacramento, California on the West Coast. Jim Sabino, Fixed Ops Director at All American Ford Auto Group in New Jersey. Welcome to the panel. Sarah Hamill is here from Vanguard Dealer Services. Welcome back, Sarah. And of course, our good friend and colleague, Mickey Quinn from Vanguard Dealer Services is with us. Everybody, thank you for joining us. And let's jump in today. I've heard the term silos, Tully. We've heard that in our industry. And your dealership group at the Niello Company is very good at removing those silos. I wanted to ask you if you could talk to us about the customer buying process and why we need to remove those.
Well, you know, if you truly believe the business that we're in, and the business we're in is repeat and referral, and if you understand that you cannot have a silo to be in that business, that is a crucial issue. So when we talk about crucial things, what would we sell to our family members? That starts in the fixed ops side and also in the F&I side especially. And what drives repeat referral business? Great F&I products that are sold that drives that retention, because that's the business that we're in. Having service managers and F&I managers together talking about products talking about when the customer drives in the driveway, oh, you bought that product. That is great. Because the worst thing you can ever do is sell a product that Fix does not like. Because end up you'll having is a tremendous amount of chargebacks. So the communications between these two departments is so critical to drive repeat and referral business. If we don't drive repeat and referral business, we will not be in business very much longer.
Jim Sabino, your thoughts in New Jersey?
Very true. And Tully hits it spot on. It's a complete bullseye there. Repeat and referral business. And it starts at the time of delivery. F&I products are offered and sold. And it's a peace of mind. It's a customer satisfaction tool. It's a customer retention tool. These cars are getting more expensive by the day. So that the advancement and the technology on board some of these cars, from the high-end luxury cars to the basic simple cars, they're very, very complex and very expensive to fix. So this sets the tone and puts the customer at ease, letting them know that there's no landmines waiting for them down the road, or they're possibly maybe in a financial situation where they can't afford it, and it really puts them in a bad place. So having any type of an F&I product to multiple, from simple tire care to a powertrain repair, it covers, and it's peace of mind. They come in, some of it has zero deductible, some of it has $100 deductible, and it's covered. It's covered. They don't have to worry about it. Where do I get, it's just peace of mind. And it starts at F&I. It is imperative that these are offered, and the value is conveyed through either sales or the F&I at time of delivery, whether it's a new or used vehicle, 100%. And as Tully also said, it's very important that the management team between F&I and service work as a team together, because at the end goal, everybody wins. Everybody wins. The service department wins, the F&I department wins, and ultimately your customer wins. So that's why we come to work, right? To satisfy our customers, create some revenue, and that repeat and referral cycle, that wheel never stops turning. That's really how it is, Ted.
Sarah Hamill, talk to us about those silos, because historically in the car business, they were run as separate businesses, sales, service. Why is it important that dealerships continue bringing all this together?
Yeah, I think to touch base off of what Jim and Tully said, it's important to work as a team. And I think that some cross-departmental training would help with that. I know my background, I was an office manager, and then we're notorious for butting heads with finance managers. And then I became a finance manager, and, you really get perspective on what that particular job entails. So I think having concise, clear communication as to, I get that what your job is to do X, Y, Z, but also as a team, the bigger picture as well. So I think it's important to have those clear processes and open communication amongst all the departments.
Wow, very well said. Mickey Quinn, your thoughts?
Well, I think Tully and Jim would agree with me when I say that at no time in the history of the automobile business has there been more value in the products that you're buying in F&I or in the business office. Just from COVID, we've seen labor rates go up 30, 40, 50, some places 100%. Those products and services that the consumer buys protects them from price increases over the course of ownership of their car. So from a service perspective, a customer's perspective, it's not a $1,500 transmission anymore. It's $3,500. It's not a $2,500 engine anymore. It's $5,500. So I would say to any car dealer or any consumer that now is the time where they should be investing in good products bought in the business office. And remember, here at Vanguard Dealer Service, through our distribution unit, we sell hundreds of thousands of service contracts a year. The one thing that we always look for, what we want to know, is when our daughters or our son or our wives or our cousins, aunts, uncles break down in their car and they flip that contract over and they call that 1-800 number, that they get a response. So that's how we look at it. And I've been doing it for 25 years. And I don't know at any time in the previous 25 years, has there been better products or better value for money in those products?
Great points, Mickey. And Tully, I'd like to come to you and Jim, and then go around with this question. How have the customer expectations between sales, service, and finance changed?
They expect us to talk. They expect us to know everything. And if we don't, we look like buffoons. So the issue is that one thing, a big thing is that at 8 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock in the morning, they come in and say, I think I bought a bunch of stuff that's going to cover this. Well, you know, I don't really talk to the F&I department, and they show up at 11. We'll find out then. I can't get you a rental car, and I'm so sorry. This is what happens when you don't communicate versus coming, oh, you bought those programs, no problem. Let me get you in a rental car, get you out of here. We'll get back to you this afternoon. The communication and the openness has to have it so we know what they bought for. And what Mickey just talked about, engines are not $5,500, they're $35,000. $35,000 to $50,000, right? So the importance of having these great products to help protect them when there is no confusion between the departments, because we do not want to send a customer over to the F&I department. It doesn't go well. And our goal is to help them go through the process and make it easy to do business with us. Jim said it perfectly. They come in, they ask, you get a $100 deductible, and we move on because we want them to tell their friends and family how great the experience is with these products. 2 is when they come and buy another car, guess what's going to happen? They're going to buy the same products again. And the ultimate goal is this, is when they trade the car in, what do we have? A great trade that has been well maintained that we can sell as a used car. It's so much good for the store and so much good for the customer.
Great points, Tully. Jim, what are your thoughts on this?
So again, just to continue on Tully's theme there, the customer's expectations are very high, Sarah. So when they at time of delivery, they had a good experience in the showroom through the F&I process. They purchased the products that were offered to them, and they were offered to them because they make sense. It makes sense to buy these products, peace of mind, convenience, and not only if you break down in this area, if you go on vacation, if you're out of state, that is going to work the same as if it did at the dealership it was purchased at. So we have to be ready, and communication, as Tully says, and we're all speaking about it, is very paramount. And even Sarah touched on it before about the office manager to the F&I manager to the service department. So everything is registered and documented what services they purchased. If it's one plan or multiple plans, a wraparound plan or something like that, the service department is aware of it. So the time of arrival, whether it's on a tow truck or somebody calls in and say, hey, my car doesn't work, or I got a blowout, we can identify what they have immediately and be able to talk to them without having to ask the F&I, hey, what did you sell to this customer? And, maybe 7:30 in the morning, F&I doesn't start till 9. So there's that gap. So we have that information at our fingertips because it was added into the customer's profile at time of delivery on what they have. So we can easily access that information and immediately start the process rolling. We don't have to wait. Like Tully said, if you need a loaner car, I see you have the coverage. We're going to immediately put you in. You have a tire care. You got a blowout. We don't have to wait to see if tire care was sold. We can see it was done. We can get the process going. So it's seamless that way because the customer has already a preset high expectation. A lot of it is because we sold them those products and told them how good the benefit is, which we are true. So we continue that through the service experience, and then it becomes very stressful, less stressful at the breakdown, and then we allow them to be on their way in a loaner car and say, hey, I don't have a cover, I don't have a payment on this because it's going to be covered by my plan, and everything else just kind of falls into place. End of the day, when they get their car back, whether it's that day, a couple of days later, the experience was a good one because it was covered. Everybody had the information. I don't know, doesn't exist. We don't say no. I have to check for you. We already know all that info. So it makes a big difference.
Sarah, I'd love to get your perspective on how Vanguard Dealer Services is seeing the customer expectation change between sales and service and finance.
And for sure. I think they want it all. I mean, don't we all? They want convenience. They want transparency. They want personalization. They want everything, and they want it at their fingertips, and they want it now. So I think dealerships are really having to, take down those silos and offer communication between their departments. And I know we talk a lot about the communication between finance and service, but also between sales and finance. There can be a lot of disconnect there sometimes, and you can have a customer that might have a trigger point as far as like they value their trade a little bit more, and finance mentions, something about their trade, and all of a sudden like an objective that the sales department has overcome, finance is already back in the trenches. So I think that having that clear communication will ultimately offer the best customer experience and drive that repeat sales as well.
Mickey, your thoughts?
Well, over the last 25 years, I've learned two things about the consumer that they want, and certainly in a post-COVID world, They want to deal with authenticity, and whoever they're dealing with, they want that person to have gratitude for the fact that they're the customer standing in front of them. And when I talk about authenticity, I talk just what Jim and Tully were talking about. The service department has to know the products that the F&I department's selling, so that when the consumer shows up and they don't have that folder in their glove compartment, or they've lost it or they've misplaced it, they're not dealing with someone who's begrudgingly trying to help them, right? Someone knows, hey, we use XYZ service contract here. We use Vanguard Dealer Services. Let me look on our computer. Oh, here's it right here. Thank you so much for coming in today. It changes the customer's experience completely. So there's two things we preach here. It's authenticity. Just tell the truth. Be yourself. It is what it is. It'll come. It's much more attractive than anything else, is authenticity. And have gratitude for the fact that that's the consumer with an issue or a problem or concern standing in front of you, who spent tens of thousands of dollars in your organization, that you got commission from, that you brought your kids out and got pizza and went to the movies with. And when you express that in front of a consumer, they'll be a repeat customer over and over again.
Mickey, can I follow up with you
Sure.
on that? It seems that in the last couple of years, it's not just the money anymore in our business. It's now the focus on time and the customer's time and saving the customer time. I don't know if you want to speak to that, but we're seeing a lot of that focus throughout the dealership now and respecting their time.
Well, 35 years ago when I was selling Hyundais, the number one complaint that we had was the amount of time that you have to spend at a car dealership. We've added the internet, we've added so much, we've condensed how many car dealerships there are. And today in 2025, the number one complaint that a consumer has is the amount of time that they've got to spend at a car dealership. So anything that we can do to free up that time, because listen, there's no store that I've been to where I can buy time. Once it's gone, it's gone. And when we operate and think like that about the consumer, with the gratitude that they're our customer, and do everything that we can, even 5 minutes, 10 minutes is 10 minutes we're giving them, not taking from them. We're giving again, or having gratitude, and we're giving. So I think that's what we have to look at. And I think that comes down to the being grateful for the customer, and not being begrudgingly trying to help them, not being, hey, it's Monday morning, I haven't had my coffee yet, you're going to have to wait 20 minutes. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Sarah Hamill, let me follow up with you on the training side. Okay. What types of training or best practices have you found to be most beneficial for retailers in removing these silos to bring sales, F&I, and service all together?
Sure. I think having consistent in-person training or a classroom setting is kind of the best. Get them out of their normal space. We've all got accustomed to these Zoom calls, which are a phenomenal way to, get to a larger group. But at the same time, we all multitask during those, and, to have somebody's focus on that is really important. And then I also think that having some supportive leadership, so making sure that the leaders that are at the store every single day are buying into what we're training as well. Because once we're gone, there's follow-up, there's one-on-one follow-up, but on the day-to-day, they need a supportive, positive leadership to fall under.
Tully Williams, Sarah Vantine, and I just had a chance to spend some time with you in Sacramento at the Niello Group, and you spoke about the training side of bringing all this together. I don't know if you want to cover some of those points.
It is. I think that, the issue of the training of what they're buying, it's good for the service advisor to know that, what coverages do we have? We're always selling the top tier coverage of almost everything we sell. So knowing those top tier coverages, but the next step is that bring in the claims people in and educate your managers and your service advisors. These are the people we talk to on a daily basis. And I'm telling you, we just had our last one that we had, and one is that there's a lot of thank yous, which you wouldn't expect from the claims people, right? Our service advisors are thanking them, and vice versa. Knowing what we need to have information to make the claim process go through extremely fast. The days of waiting on hold for hours are gone. We're actually pretty irritated if we're on hold for like 2 minutes. And the goal is that if you have a great company like Vanguard, if you have companies that make sure they understand that we're in the repeat referral business, understand that they're taking advantage of time, we want the answers today. Is it covered? Yes or no? Are you sending an adjuster out? Can we send pictures and video, which we already have of everything, right? Our goal is to get the answers done quickly And as Mickey said, time is the issue here. It's not usually the money. It's not usually anything else. The trust is gone, right? It's all about how do we manage the customer's time, and that is the issue. This is where service contracts help us tremendously.
Jim, you're representing a big dealer group there in northern New Jersey. I believe you are a client as well of Vanguard Dealer Services. Talk to us about some of the training and things that have come about in bringing these silos and everything under one roof.
Yes, I know Mickey a long time. Vanguard is part of our culture here at All American. The training, the biggest training that we kind of emphasize is the F&I and service department play on the same team. They don't battle or compete against each other. They share in the wealth of satisfying a customer, selling products, and having those cars returned to the service drive. So every time a car returns to the service drive that has a contract on it, is it beneficial to the company because it's driving revenue in. It's not, a lot of times a car comes in that maybe the repair is too big. Like Tully and Mickey were talking about the price of transmissions and engines. And you can get a decline out of that. And if a car has a extended warranty on it through an F&I sale or through a service department sale, chances are very, very good that you're going to get an approval. And you know what, anytime there's been a little bit of a, I guess, choppy water or muddy water, Mickey's team, even Mickey himself has been involved with us many times over the years. And he's gotten involved and kind of cleared the way and made sure that everything went as smooth, everything went as it's supposed to. The approvals come through, the adjusters are there, the money that the revenue is paid as far as the hourly rate and the parts markup, everything is covered. There's been no issues. It's really a seamless play. And as long as your F&I and your service department, service advisors, service management are all together and understand what it takes to sit in each other's shoes. And that's the key part. F&I doesn't know what it takes to be a service advisor. Service advisors don't know what it takes to be an F&I manager. And they clearly understand that here because we kind of do, I'm not going to say role play. We do a lot of word tracks and we kind of explain the challenges and the pushbacks that each one of those individuals may have. So they get it, and the end result is everybody wins. When we're together, together we are one. Divided we fall. So we share that. It's a common theme. One team, one dream. Right? That's what it is. That's what we use, and it works because at the end of the day, the customer's satisfied. They leave happy. The bill is paid. Move on to the next one. And that's it. It's customer retention, customer satisfaction, all wrapped up in an F&I ball. So it's really, really good. And that's really the silo, the removal of those. And we try and, we say yes more than we say no. Right. And we know that if something gets a little challenging, that Mickey or Mickey's team is only a phone call away to clear it up for us. They really are. I could personally attest to that.
Mickey, do you want to follow up with that? Because I do understand you have said yes before in the past, quite often.
Well, listen, it's no secret that it's a very lucrative business that we're in, and the end user of the products and services is the person that's got to be satisfied the most. I've done business with Jim Sabino and his dealers for over 20 years. These men genuinely want to take care of their customers. They genuinely want to make sure that the consumer, what they bought and paid for, they get covered for. And over the 25 years, I've learned, it may not be very popular saying this, but the most honest people I've met in car dealerships are the service managers, because they understand how products work, how contracts work. If a customer hasn't changed their oil for 36,000 miles and they're in looking for a new engine under a warranty, they don't roll over and play dead. They explain to the consumer that, hey, you're not covered. Whereas a finance manager, as a business manager, is calling me to get that engine covered or whatever the case may be. So I think what Jim and Tully talked about, the education of each side of the fence, right, or take down the fence. But again, not very popular. But why doesn't car dealers make their F&I managers sit in early on a write up in the service lane a couple of days a month to see the complaints that are coming from consumers, to hear the customers say, no, I was told everything's covered. Meanwhile, they've got a powertrain warranty, right? And a little bit on the other side, where maybe we get a service writer or two to come in on a Saturday and see how a high pressure cooker the F&I department can be, and how sometimes a business manager's got, 4 customers deep may miss something, and there may be a misunderstanding. So a little bit of, hey, walk a mile in each other's shoes for a little bit, and I think you can start to learn to have some empathy for each other and what you do on a daily basis.
Mickey, I want to unpack what you said a little bit more and ask this question of you, and then go around to the group. What can dealers do to personalize their approach in F&I and service interactions to really encourage this repeat and referral business?
So I think it really comes down to the dealer principal, the operator that's there on a daily basis, having the same authenticity and the same credibility and everything else that they want their consumers to have, they have to have with their employees. They have to preach it on a daily basis. Jim Sabino works for probably one of the best car dealers that I know. Fantastic operator, tremendous operator. Those guys in that organization know what that man thinks, how he operates, what he wants, and that's how the organization runs. And I think that authenticity and that little bit of gratitude that you see from some of these great car dealers who have, listen, they've become very wealthy men and women. But the best ones that we deal with and the ones that retain their employees and their consumers are those that show the gratitude for what they have. So if I was giving an advice to a car dealer, hey, listen, shoot from the hip and be very grateful for what you have, because it's very, very special.
Great advice, Mickey. And Sarah, I'd like to ask the same question of you in terms of personalizing the approach to these customers. How can dealers encourage that repeat and referral business?
I think it really boils down to all about knowing your customer, knowing their kids, knowing, what they're using their car for, knowing their buying habits, knowing their trade-in habits, really knowing. And that all boils down to asking the right questions whenever they're in front of you, just making it more personable and not so transactional. I know that we're all in a hurry, but if you can slow it down a little bit, you'll go a lot faster and bring in a lot more revenue by just getting to know people.
Jim, how are you tackling the personalization between F&I and the service interactions?
The personalization, again, is to be as transparent as possible, Sarah. Transparency goes a long, long way. As Mickey touched on it before, where a customer comes in and says, hey, I was told I have bumper-to-bumper coverage, and we go to find out they have powertrain care. And it's a little challenging. And that's where the transparency has to come in play, so that they fully understand the time of purchase, what they're actually purchasing and what's covered. And what we also do is we like to introduce at time of delivery into the service department, and they meet a service advisor. They can put a face together with somebody, and then they go over and say, hey, the F&I or the salesperson can say, by the way, Mrs. Jones just taking delivery of her new Explorer. She also purchased, powertrain or a tire care and things like that. So this is what you do in the event you have a claim or you have a question. You call me and I can take care of it. I can see all your information in your profile, and I'll be able to answer your questions and immediately act to your concerns or your needs. So the transparency, I think, is paramount. And, Mickey was stressing on that. And I think Sarah said that too, that it has to be, that's the first and most important thing. And then to be thankful for doing business, for them to purchase the products that you're offering. And again, it makes sense to purchase these products. It's peace of mind in the event of a breakdown. And, you hope that never happens, but it will happen sometimes, and sometimes you're going to be okay. And we're here and ready to go because we know the product, we know what coverage you have, and we can act immediately to minimize your downtime. Which again, what Mickey was saying, valuing their time. Tully said it, I believe too. That time is very important too. Downtime to people, they want to be valued. Their time wants to be they want to be valued. So yes, we do that on a regular basis every day.
Tully, your thoughts on personalization?
I think that when you look at a great quality F&I team and it relates to service team, is that Mickey said it right, is your general manager and your owner on board. At the Niello company, we have core values that we live by, as Jim probably does at his store. This is paramount, right? We are about making sure that we're in the repeat and referral business. But think about what happens when you have a great F&I team. It starts when we sell that first car. Margins in the front are zero at best, right? F&I is critical, right? Next is that, are we selling the products that we think that drive repeat and referral business? When you look at service contracts, if you're not in the 60s, something is terribly wrong. Why aren't we selling these products? I can guarantee that car is not that perfect, right? The issue is that is your service team helping the F&I department show some of the bills that happens of some of the things that happen. It's not the engine that blows up, it's the window regulator that fails. It's the small things that add up so quickly. Having that relationship to help them sell, because now when that customer comes into the service department, right, and we diagnose that failure, the insurance is, oh, thank goodness I bought that product that you recommended, because now we have a recommendations. The customer goes, oh, I bought this coverage and I'm getting my money's worth. It goes through the shop smoothly, right? This is what drives repeat in referral business. Ultimately, that person will stay in the service department until they trade it in, and that car then will be fully maintained. So now it's a trade-in. There's very little that has to be done in the recon process. We turn around and sell it as a great used car. And that customer now has bought another car and has bought the same products that they bought last time, right? This is what a great company does for a dealership and drives that repeat referral business. It's a must. If you're not doing it, you have a serious problem at your store.
All right, last question for today. Great job, everybody. Lightning round, 30 seconds or less. So I'd like you to be brief in your answers. Here we are, middle of May, looking out over the horizon, over the rest of 2025. If there's one thing that your peers, whether they are fixed ops directors or wherever they are in the dealership, the owners of the dealership, need to be looking at to remove the silos and bring both F&I and fixed operations together. Tully, come to you first, then over to Jim Sabino, Sarah Hamill, and then Mickey to bring it home. 30 seconds or less.
Make sure that you have great communication between two. Is your service manager and your F&I team talking on a daily basis? This is crucial to make sure it happens.
Love
it. Again, key is communication, as Tully said. You know, one team, one dream. That's it. Make sure they're all in the same playing field. They understand the customer's needs. And it's handled regardless of what they bought, what kind of products they bought at F&I. Treat them as if they value their time, value them as a customer, be as transparent as possible, get it done. Be just one team. It's one department.
I like that, Jim. I'm going to use that again. Sarah Hamill.
I'm going to fall in suit. They said it perfectly. Communication and transparency, having that cross-departmental communication is key to any kind of successful dealership, and that's all departments.
Mickey Quinn.
Very simple. We can debate what service contract penetrations are across the nation, but I think we could all agree that more than 50% of our consumers leave the dealership without that tie. From the very first service contract was sold, we now know that the consumer who buys that is far more likely to buy another car from us than those who don't. So any car dealer that does not have a vibrant post-sale program to go after those consumers who did not buy service contracts is leaving revenue on the table and risking that someone else is going to destroy their reputation by calling them 50 times at the wrong time of the day. And more importantly, not having that consumer come back to them for repair work. They're probably twice or three times more likely to buy a car from somewhere else. So best advice I can give a car dealer in 2025 is get yourself a great post-sale program.
Mickey, tell our audience a little bit about Vanguard Dealer Services, a little bit about what you do and what we need to know.
Sure. Vanguard Dealer Services is a distribution wing for Spectrum Automotive Holdings. We are a multifaceted, multi-platform conglomerate that services car dealers all over the country. We touch about 10,000 retail outlets a month. We do F&I development, post-sale service contracts. We have protective coatings. We have data analysis, and we also have some high mileage service contracts that we're very successful with. We have a sales force of 255 people on any given day, and we are a business of automobile people in the automobile space.
Very well said. Everybody, for more information, you can look them up at VanguardDealerServices.com online, and they're a big part of what's happening in the retail industry. Mickey Quinn, I want to thank you, and Sarah Hamill, Vanguard, for being with us today. Jim Sabino, keep up the great work at All American here in New Jersey. Tully Williams out on the West Coast at the Niello Company. Thank you for all you do. Sarah, this has been a great panel.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Auto buyer identity fraud has surged at an alarming rate in the past 6 years, with fraudsters financing an average loan amount of $38,000 per deal. The auto industry needs a smarter way to fight it. That's why we've combined data-driven insights from across Capital One with first-hand experience to reduce fraud for our customers by 2/3 since 2022. Now, we're putting that expertise in your hands. Meet the future of fraud prevention. With multiple AI-powered tools integrated with our known fraudster database, get real-time fraud alerts, instantly flag suspicious activity, and seamlessly verify identities. Meet Protected. Protect revenue, stop fraud. Get protected. Powered by Capital One.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. We are at the Niello Company in Sacramento, California. And this panel, Ted, we have some incredible fixed ops leaders.
We do. It's not every day we can get this caliber of talent together. Now, I know Shon Kingrey from Kaiser has come a long way to be here. Shon, thank you so much for coming at the Sacramento.
Thank you for the invite. Thank you, Tully.
Well, Tully, thank you for hosting us.
My God.
I've heard about this gentleman to my left. If you don't mind, maybe you didn't want to introduce her.
Absolutely.
To the left.
This is my good friend Joe from the Carnegie Group.
Thank you. Thank you. Tully's a very good man, very knowledgeable. Thanks for having me. Joe, I've heard about the Cardinal. What's your last name, by the way? Hanson. I've heard about the Cardinale Group. You're in several states. Tell us a little bit about.
We're in Vegas, Arizona, and we're in California, northern, southern, central. We're still family owned, family values. As Mr. Niello said earlier, 4 values. That's what we live by. And just got a great people, right? It's all about to be that. Sorry.
Well, and Tully, I'm going to come to you first because you've created a great program of collaboration with different fixed ops leaders from different organizations. Talk to us a little bit more about what is the fixed ops director's call?
So we have a lot of fun. So I call it mentoring the mentors. And a lot of times is that we're coming up with these crazy ideas, or if someone has this idea and what do you think? And what we want to do is we want to go and talk to people that we trust. And Shon and Joe are great people that I've known for years. And I call up Joe, hey, Joe, I'm thinking of this. Or Shon, I'm thinking of that. What's your idea here? Oh, we do it this way and we do it that way. It's great for us to have people that we can have those panels together and we can talk and run those ideas and then develop those ideas into great things that we can all use. And it's super good to have it where we can have honesty. We're not trying to one-up each other. We just want to get it done. And I believe that these two guys that we've done a lot with believe in that.
Well, Shon, I understand sometimes these conversations can get a little bit tough and there's some tough love involved. So talk to us about how have you been able to balance candid feedback and accountability?
Well, tough love and probably not HR correct. You probably do the way to respond. And to Tully's point, though, guys, if there's one thing, like when I was in Florida, there was 3 of us that would make hiring decisions. And even though I was in charge, if the other 2 overrode me, we would hire that individual. You got to keep your personality out of it, the conflicts out of it. I mean, Tully and I will speak. We may not speak for 2 months, and then we speak 10 times in 10 days. We talk about pay plans. We talk about hours. For those that don't know, we struggled getting video integration with the technicians in play when he's the leader of it. Guys, it's not all friends and family and all this and that. There's some pretty tough love things. During some of the panels, we say some pretty harsh things to each other. You should see we say off there to each other. And we type to each other. Ted gets mad at us, but we're pretty candid. But sometimes you need tough love too.
Right, 100%.
Tully, what would you say has been the most surprising or impactful thing? I'll come to you, then I'll come to Joe and Shon in the same push.
Well, I think that the biggest thing that we have is I'm all about the hours. And I think that a lot of people think they're all about the hours. And we kind of think about the hours. And no, they're all about the gross. And my goal is that I try to bring everything back to the hours and talk about generating those hours. And I think that is my contribution to three of us is that I'm always focusing is that sell us more hours. Because if you're trying to sell something else, I really don't care about it. And I think that we each have our strengths that we lean on and ask for opinions on. And that to me is the best part of the whole club.
Joe, how are you? Joe Cardinelli preaches MIT, most important thing, right? It's so easy in a service department to get spread so wide. You need to narrow what's most important to you, what's going to drive the numbers. Obviously, people is so important to drive those numbers, and hours, as Tully said, he's hours king, right? So that's what's most important to us.
Shon. For us, when I was in Florida, we had 26 stores, and it was strictly gross driven. We didn't talk about anything else other than gross. At the end of the day, you're still not making money because you can't cash gross. You can't cash an appointment. You can cash net. And where I've changed the group's mindset we are now, we switched from gross to adjusted selling net, which is ultimately how many hours does it take to get to the net? It's all about the hours. Everything starts with hours and it comes out to hours. Frontwards, backwards, either way, it's all about hours. Tully and I were talking this morning, out of the 8 stores, the 2 stores that are struggling aren't embracing the hour decision. They'll be embracing the hours pretty soon.
Shon, Tully's been kind of mentoring this whole thing, it seems, in the background.
Yeah, Tully definitely branded himself in the hours. And I don't think it was done that way on purpose. But anybody that knows Tully, I'll be talking to Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm going out to Tully's store. Oh, the hours guy. Yeah, that's him. No, that's what he's known as. It's all about the hours. It's like following him after a panel. It's pretty tough.
Well, and Tully, what advice would you give to other fixed ops directors who want to participate?
I think that you find people that connect with. You got to be brutally honest, right? If Joe and Shon tell me, Tully, you are blank, I need to understand that is because of love. And I think that if you're out there and have a group, it's good that we're not even competition with us. That kind of takes some of that weirdness away. But really is that, do you have a great relationship so you can have those conversations? And it's not like we talk every day or every hour. We might go a couple months and not talk. But the issue is when we call each other, we pick up the phone because we know it's because we have a question. It's not because we're just seeing how the weather's like. It's great to have friends that you trust. They can help you run your business better. And if you can help them and they can help us, that's what it's all about. All we want to do is do what? Improve. And we want our employees to improve. And that's all we're trying to do here is to get people to improve.
But to your point, Tully, even if our dealerships were across the street from each other, we'd still be friends because at the end of the day, it's a mutual respect to him. So,
Yes, go ahead.
I was going to give you the last word. What advice would you have for the other fixed ops directors watching and maybe wanting to participate? You thought that.
Well, I think it goes back to what he just said. When we use the term clarity is kind, right? You can't get comfortable. We always have to outperform ourselves, no matter how good last month was. We need to keep looking. Once we get comfortable, the end is near. To stay on the ledge and keep going. To keep pushing. We've formed a mastermind group where we talk at least once a month, throw stuff out there because we know we have to get better. The industry's changing quickly, and we want to be in front of it, not behind it.
Well, great to have these wonderful fixed ops directors, Sarah, with us here today. And thank you for what you do for the industry.
Thank you for
Greatly appreciate you having Zing Tomer as well.
Absolutely. Glad to have you all.
I'm Ted Ings with Sarah Vantine. We're here at the Niello Company in Sacramento with some of the best in the industry. We'll be right back.
The economy is always shifting, and dealerships face new challenges in an unpredictable landscape. But with changes comes opportunity, especially for your parts department. As the market continues to evolve, parts and service are becoming an even more critical revenue stream for dealerships. Consumers are holding onto their vehicles longer, and your parts department is in a unique position to meet the growing demand for maintenance and repairs. The key to capitalizing on this? Selling parts online. If your parts aren't listed online yet, now's the time to get started. If you're already online, it's time to expand your reach. 24/7 e-commerce sales helps you connect with more customers anywhere, anytime. Selling parts through platforms like Amazon, eBay, and your own web store helps move inventory faster, unlock manufacturer incentives, and help keep revenue flowing. The more parts you sell, the more you grow your bottom line, even in uncertain times. The economic landscape may keep changing, but your parts department doesn't have to feel the squeeze. With the right e-commerce strategy, you can lock in steady income, boost profitability, and stay ahead of whatever comes next.
From day one, my owner has treated me so well, like one of the family. When you maintain your car, it'll take care of you too. So visit bgfindashop.com. Be good to your car with BG. Visit bgfindashop.com.
We have liftoff.
Blink and you'll miss it. It's the Blink AI panel with Tully Williams and John Petronio.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our good friends from Blink are with us. Blink AI. Dave Perry is the CEO, making a lot of newsworthy things happening right now in that segment in technology. Ashley Norton, the Vice President of Marketing. Dave, I got to say, she's the force behind this thing. I know that.
Hey, you're speaking to the already accustomed here. Yeah, she's amazing, and she's not been feeling well too. So she's a real trooper.
She definitely is. Tully Williams, the Fixed Ops Director at the Niello Company, is with us. And Ashley, I'll let you go ahead and introduce JP to the roundtable.
Yes, we have a new friend of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. JP, tell me how you say your last name.
It's Petronio.
Petronio.
Why I go with JP. Yep.
Yep, JP. So JP is with us, service director from Oarsman. He runs a couple of the Oarsman stores in Bethesda, Maryland. They've been signed up with Blink for at least 6 months because I've been looking at their quarter by quarter growth. So welcome to the show, JP. Anything you want to share about yourself?
I've been in the business, longer than I'd like to say. And yet time's changing so fast. So keeping up with it is what matters. And this product has definitely, changed our day-to-day operations with much ease. So.
Well, why don't we start with that? Ashley, bring us up to speed on what Blink AI is doing, how JP at Oarsman got involved, and bring us to where we are today.
Yeah, so from just looking at the metrics, so I know that we have our web scheduler on the Oarsman sites for Kia and Jeep, and that's kind of where we start at the top of eliminating the number of customers that land on your website, can't schedule, and either have to call the dealership or just show up. So I was pulling numbers even earlier this week for another group and seeing that across every OEM, from a Lexus store that went from 8% to 56% conversion on the website within 10 days of being live. You look at JP sites website 66.78% conversion rate on the website. Wow. That is far beyond what any other scheduling tool is able to accomplish because of the ease of scheduling that we want our customers to have when they're on our sites. So that's just one piece. JP, what other besides web scheduling are you using our phones and campaigns?
Yeah, we use the campaigns. And actually Jeep, I think, has jumped into like the 75% conversion.
Yeah.
It's
76,
right? You want to get a spot for them to get in, and you want it to be simple. And comparing it to, I love Xtime. Xtime's a great tool, but when you compare the amount of clicks, to Blink, it's like, it's just, there's no comparison. And and the phone version coming in too, it's just so user friendly. It's simple. It's quick. I mean, it just keeps everything way too simple for the client. So you're not losing them in that. I got to get my VIN number in this and choose that, and they just no, everything's just too quick these days. And keeping it simple and moving with the times is where it's at. Yeah, it's been a huge improvement. Our customers love it. We love it. Yeah, it's a great tool.
So, Dave, this is the kind of feedback we are hearing about Blink AI. If you want to weigh in on that, ease of use, simple, less clicks, and now becoming very popular.
Yeah, first I got to give big props to JP because he's done a masterful job there and doing it
alignment between what's automated and then what's, what you need human engagement for. And it takes a bit of faith on someone's part, right? Because you're used to, well, if somebody's coming in, I got to ask them all these questions, or I got to give them lots of options, about waiting or shuttle or pickup or car availability and things like that, without realizing that all those things are blockers ultimately for the customer. And so you end up really turning people away. And so JP specifically, but also the Oarsman Group has been really good to say, okay, look, we can't automate processes that aren't automatable. We've got to be able to identify, what's really important, where we do need, to ask the appropriate questions or intervene in a certain way, but let the automation flow. And then, say, just like they say on Star Wars, let the force be with you, and it will work, But yeah, it's a bit of a change of attitude, or a change of way things get done. And that's always scary for anybody. We get that. And so we got a great customer success team that works with JP and other JPs around the world, or around the US anyway, in terms of, helping them on board, helping them understand, where those conversion, diversion sort of standpoints exist, and then helping them kind of work around those. And so I got to just say again, JP, we're excited that Oarsman's part of our group of stores, and we're really excited about the success you have. I couldn't be more proud of what you've done there.
Well, I appreciate that. You can minimize your staff along the way too. Because my BDC is right outside my office, and so I love being able to hear. I shut the door when I need to, but I love being able to listen, hear what's going on, and it's just it's just a big sigh of relief that the phones aren't ringing like they used to. The ones that are ringing are, much more solid phone calls that need to be dealt with. So you free up staff, you free up time, and just overall, yeah, it's been wonderful. The trickiest part for dealers, I think, is because I'll be completely forward. At first it's like, wait, what? You want to just let it all happen, and I can't control. You got to give up that control to grow. So the hardest part is entrusting in your team, making sure you have the right processes in place to begin with. I think that's probably where you'll get the most pushback from dealers, is if their internal processes aren't right where they need to be. And if you can't entrust in your team, you sure don't want to let, AI book you out, So that where you may get a little pushback, but I think, every dealer that, wants to get better and grow is going to keep working on that, and they'll be happy to let you in. I think that's the only place you'll get a little pushback, is when they're not quite tuned in internally, because that's where it's tough to relinquish that control. But when they are, like, this has been the greatest thing, and it's helped us grow too, where we figure out, okay, well, we need to get better at that and this, and and fine tune it. So,
Tully, this sounds familiar. A lot of fixed ops directors are realizing the need for this kind of technology.
When you look at the business that we're in, and what is that business? We're in the repeat and referral business. And I tell you, when you think about how do we grow, how do we make it easy to do business with us, is that we need companies like Blink AI to help us, right? Humans can't always do everything, right? You don't need to hire 400 people to answer every phone call, whereas you have a BDC that does a great job, but we need that backstop. We need things after hours. We need the website to work. As JP said, sometimes it takes too long to make an online appointment if the customer base wants to do that. The goal is that, are you moving forward with your company or not? And if you want to move forward, you have to adapt big things. Think about this. If you go back 20 years, online scheduling was a big deal. And the next thing came out is digital inspections. And now we think, oh my God, these are like yesterday stuff. The next big thing here is that we talk about videos. And now we're talking about how do we use AI to help our humans do a better job. And this is where Blink AI comes in and helps our dealerships be better successful and give our greatest asset, our humans, more time to interact with our customers. That is the true win.
Yep. That's how you grow your revenue in fixed ops. You give your advisors the time to work with their people.
Yeah. Yep. yeah, my BDC's basic day-to-day responsibilities have kind of changed now because, Blink lets you book so quick. There are some things we want to be prepared for because we want the client to have the best, experience coming in. So now they're more like back-end checking, okay, running the VIN, checking the recalls, recalls pop up on some manufacturers with Blink anyways, and puts them through in between X time and Blink. And so they're doing more back-end check instead of, wasting time on the phone with the client. The appointment's already booked, so we're good. Now we have time to work on making sure their experience when they come in, is the way it should be. So.
Yeah, let me add to something JP was hitting on there too. This is not a one and done scenario. This is a continuation, to build out all the customer journeys. Scheduling appointments is just one of the customer journeys that a customer has to, do to be able to get their car serviced, to buy a car, to trade it in later, to, whatever they need to do, get telematics alerts. And so the great thing about Oarsman and JP first of all, dealers generally, they're just not shy people. So, and we love that because they're going to share with us if something's not working just right, or if there's a way that we can continue, to make that experience better for the user. They're more than happy to share that with us. And to us, that's just like gold, because that allows us to continue to build out the platform, make it even more valuable, add new features and capabilities to it. And so there's a lot of really exciting things coming, and I'm looking forward to getting JP and Oarsman's feedback on that as we, get ready to launch some of these things.
JP, how about the people? How about your employees, your customers? What's the feedback, been since you've been on the Blink AI platform?
At first, obviously, advisors were scared, and one of the favorite things was, in the AI tells you, hey, maybe go for an afternoon appointment. It's a little less wait times. The world was ending. And they all pushed on me, and I spoke to, I think it was Mercedes, and said, hey, can we get rid of that? And she's like, we can, but wait, just try it and see. And so that was the big, and of course everything's been perfectly fine. And again, it makes you look within and how are you handling things, and why can't you get that working smooth? So we didn't have to tweak much, but we did, and we have, and it's been great. The advisors get less phone calls. My BDC gets less phone calls. The customers definitely love it. It's just too easy. And repeat customers that have been here before went through the old appointment system, and now that's like for them, it's huge, and they get to see that we're growing too. So it's been great feedback on both sides.
Tully, that's a good point. The customer sees that the dealer is now into this new age of technology, which we see everywhere else. So that's got to be a good thing for the customer, I would imagine.
It is. You think about dealerships, and dealership software, we're kind of slow to get to the game, right? And I think that when you look at some of the softwares packages out there, I always say we're like 10 years behind the technology of what Google has to offer us, right? So the goal is that how do we get out there and do it? Dealerships must embrace change. It's part of our core values at the Niello company, is that we enjoy change. Now, humans like change? No, they do not. But here's the deal, is that if we and prove to our greatest asset, our humans, that Blink AI can help their day go better, where the phone isn't ringing off the hook, they have time to talk to the customer and enjoy that relationship and build it strong and say thank you and goodbye and take their money. That is the biggest issue that we have today. When we overload a service advisor, three things happen. You don't sell anything, your CSI goes down, and they don't come back. And our goal is that we want to have time for our writers to have the time it takes to make it happen. Blink AI and technology like this, you got to remember, we're just starting. It's going to get bigger and better every month. And the best thing about Blink is that they're on this beginning stage of what they can do for us down the road. Can you imagine 2 years from now what Blink AI is going to have to offer? And that's going to make our greatest asset, our humans, our service advisors, much more successful, and our customers much easier to do business with us. This is a massive win.
Dave, this is a great segue for you to tell us what's coming and not to have us wait 2 years.
Yeah. So like I said earlier, we're clearly working on other journeys. If you think about that customer all the way from the time that they, book an appointment till they pick up their car and they go home, and then even all the way through the process of getting the OEM survey. So we want to nurture that relationship all the way through. But it's like, what other things can we automate in the whole process? Because to John's point earlier, if you have the humans focused on the 20% of the things that actually require that and that are positioning customers to either buy a new vehicle or to upgrade, do a major upgrade, or to bring the car in for potential trade-in, all those kinds of things, that's a lot more valuable to the dealership than it is for just booking somebody for an oil change. And we can knock those things out like crazy. So there's a lot more of that sort of stuff. But, what we'd like to do is to almost eliminate the need for people to call the dealership in the first place, or to reach out and say, I need an appointment. We already, the newer cars anyway, are emitting alerts day in and day out. If we can capture those, take them through the appropriate, process to make sure you're not, overburdening somebody with lots of alert signals and identify which are important and which aren't, then we'll be letting the customers know that they need to bring their car in, not the other way around. And now that you're talking about hitting the easy button, now you're absolutely slamming on the easy button. So there's a lot of things like that. There's a whole, area of AI that we're investing heavily in. It's called agentic AI, where we'll be able to have very specialized agents all throughout the dealership that are, designed to perform a particular service. Just like you did today. You've got a parts guy, you got a check-in person, you got the car salespeople. You want agents that are very particular like that, because a lot of the ones that you see there's a lot of companies that are promoting AI on your website, right? And it's a very generic model. And in fact, if you get on it and really start quizzing it, it'll start giving you restaurant recommendations and all kinds of things. That's because it doesn't have any bounds, and it hallucinates. It'll come up with it. It's studied every book in the cosmos, and so it's not sure which is true and what's not. We can train these agents to be very specific to those kind of functions, and you can be assured that customer is going to get the right answer at the right time very quickly.
JP, were you and your people, were you afraid initially of AI? And how do you feel today with this?
I wasn't. I'm as open-minded as it comes. So I wasn't afraid of it, but personally, I haven't been a huge fan of it. Working with other industries just throughout my life, I want to talk to somebody on the phone, operator, get me somebody on the phone, human. But we do have that, you also have that option, and we have that available too. So I was open to it, but personally wasn't a fan. But I show people all the time. I call my dealer when I'm with other people and other dealers, and I'm like, oh, you want to see this? And I just, I do it on speaker on mine, and, welcome back, John. It's just too easy. So I think it's a good mix. You can never get rid of humans altogether for that purpose, but you can definitely minimize in it. And if it's making it easier for the client, why not? My staff definitely, again, like I said, was at first, but we've got a pretty good tight knit group, and they have faith just to see, and it didn't take long at all for everybody to get comfortable with it.
JP, do you want to share some of your growth numbers that we reviewed with you on your QBR?
I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. Yeah, I mean the rate of people actually successfully booking an appointment is pretty insane. So
yeah, and then what I'm seeing at Kia is from Q4 of last year to Q1 of this year, a 30% increase in total appointments set.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, we are a newer store, so there's a little bit of growth in there, also.
Naturally.
But it's just yeah. And the great thing about being a newer store with Blink already, it's just right off the bat. It's the way, it's the way it is. It's the way we do it. So, but this Jeep's been 5 going on 6 years. So, and their numbers are, pretty much neck and neck. So, yeah.
Yeah.
JP, the learning curve steep on this to get on first at the beginning?
No, not at all. Yeah, I've got 2 BDC agents been with me for years. One newer. They actually use the dashboard all the time. Because there's definitely good data in there for them just to keep their eye on things. So no, it was pretty smooth and simple. So very user friendly.
Ashley, I know you've done a number of webinars online to introduce people to the Blink AI platform and your technology. Ashley, what kind of questions do you frequently hear from the folks who attend those webinars?
The folks who attend my webinars just say, let me get a demo and where can I sign? No, I'm just kidding. The questions we always get are, do you work with this DMS, that DMS? And we're DMS agnostic. We can work with any of them, all the way down to even Lightspeed for our power sports, X-Time for the scheduler. They often ask how we interact with other solutions that they're already using. Maybe they're already using a different phone solution. Can we still work, on the webs and campaigns? So those are probably the biggest questions we get. And then when we're actually doing our one-on-one demos, people want to see, kind of the nuts and bolts of how it works. Like, why is it okay that our web scheduler asks less questions? Because we know everything in the back end. We're plugged into the DMS. Our campaigns convert at such a higher rate because we don't send the customers back to the scheduling tool to die and re-enter all that information again. So yeah, I think that's the bulk of the questions I get. And I know, Dave, you've been in some recent meetings too. I don't know if you've got anything to add.
Yeah, I think you hit a lot of the most common ones, but I think they're often afraid of, well, how long is it going to take us to get onboarded up, put everything in place? Because they're imagining that you get all these dials and switches and controls and things like that. And as JP will tell you, there's very little that, in fact, from the dealer's perspective, very little changes. All the tools that you've been using before, you continue to use. The biggest change is what the customer sees and feels and hears in the whole process. And that's that kind of easy button approach, but trying to build out a lot more analytics there that demonstrate that. We got lots of tools that demonstrate, how people, go through that whole process. In fact, if you get halfway through the booking process and maybe you're trying to book on the phone and you lose your connection, then we detect that and we'll send you a link or a text message, say, oh, it looks like we lost connection there. Here's where we were at, and then they can rebook there. So we call that the automated booking recovery platform. And so we try to just don't let anything fall through the cracks at all.
Dave, you got Tully with Niello, 10 locations. Oarsman, John, JP, I'm going to guess, 15 to 20, maybe more? Somewhere in there. Dave, do you have to be a group to be taking advantage of Blink AI, or can
No, not at all. I mean, we're very successful with groups because oftentimes, there's always skepticism and there's a lot of technology out there, and dealers have been through, the wars, so to speak, over the years, and so they're going to want to tip their foot in the water first. But it's not unusual for us at all to start with 1 or 2 stores, prove it out. And then the next thing you know, we're getting a call back saying, okay, I want all my stores on this thing. It's working too well. And we're very happy to do that. For us, I mean, our success isn't what we do per se. It's what we do for our dealers, And if our dealers aren't successful, if their business isn't growing, if they're not making a lot more money, then we should go find another job somewhere.
Yeah, I was telling. I was telling Mercedes earlier today. I don't want my neighboring dealer groups to even know about you because
you're in the wrong place, JP.
Everybody's always, everybody, hey, who do you know in this group? Who do you know in that group? Oh, I know somebody, but I don't know if I want to tell you because, it gives us that extra edge. But yeah, it's definitely.
Well, and honestly, I mean, most dealers, when they lose, their customers after warranty period's over, and that's a high number. To me, that's something that I think about every day. And so we're pulling those people back, and they're not typically going down, to your competitor there, JP. In terms of dealerships, they're often going to the quick lube places and places like that, which, it's fine if you just want to get a quick oil change. But if you're trying to take care of that person's car, make sure it's up to speed, you're doing the right checks on it, you want to have certified mechanics doing the work, and you want to retain that customer. I mean, sure, getting the benefit of an oil change or a small, maintenance procedure is fine, but really what you're trying to do is nurture that customer so that after 4 or 5 visits, they're your customer and they're going to come back and buy their next vehicle from you too, and you start that life cycle all over again.
All right. So let's come back to the dealers just for the last word. Tully first and then JP second. For retailers watching, thinking about this, but thinking about it for a while, Tully, what would you recommend to them? And
so I think David said it right a little bit ago, is that our job is not to send out 4 trillion emails to somebody to go into the junk folder, right? Our job is not to send out a whole bunch of texts that we're going to get blocked. Our job is to fine tune and tell the customer when the next visit is and alert them. I don't want them to call us. We should be talking to them. This is where Blink can help us with it. Dave said exactly the right thing. We are in the repeat and referral and retention. If your retention's not 70%, you have a serious problem at your store. The issue is that too many people are leaving. Find out the why. It's probably because it's hard to do business with us. You must come and approach the bench. You must talk to us when we can only talk to you. These are things that don't work. Those are the 70s. I hate to tell you, today's a different world. If you don't adapt technology to help us do what we need to do with our customers at their convenience at the time their car is in. It's kind of fun when you used to send mailers out. You'd send 30,000 mailers out and hope to hell one of them needed an oil change when they got it. That doesn't work today. Blink AI is going to help you target that customer when their oil change or their service or their repair is needed today. This is an absolutely no-brainer.
JP, last word for the retailers watching today that you recommend.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything Tully said there. So retention is key. Make it easy. That's what Blink does for us for appointments. We give them the digital versions. We keep everything in the palm of their hand, and that's what everybody wants now. And it definitely helps us. We love it. So.
JP, I should have prefaced that with the dealers who are out of your area. Okay.
That's right. Yep.
Closed for business.
All right, Ashley and Dave, bring us home. How do we ask questions? How do we find more information? Where do we go next? Ashley and Dave.
Well, Dave's all over LinkedIn. You can find him there day and night. I am as well, but D. Perry at Blink AI, A. Norton at Blink AI. Hit us up on our newly launched website that finally went up last week.
Very nice. Okay.
But yeah, you can find us anywhere.
I read all of Dave's articles. He's busy writing away. So Dave, congratulations.
He is. He's a best-selling author, soon to be.
This, as most of you know, I'm relatively new to this industry, but it's been a real journey for me to explore this and understand, things that work really well. I'm just fascinated with, but there's also some things that, as Tully mentioned earlier, there's lots of things that we do in this industry that other industries have given up long ago, and so it's time to rid ourselves of those shackles and get on into the 21st century here. Okay.
All right. Great message. All right, Dave Perry and Ashley Norton, the team from Blink AI, thank you so much. Tully Williams on the West Coast at the Niello Company, JP over at Orsman, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and thank you for all the insights today as well. Appreciate them. Blink AI, everybody, on the web. You could see the URL scrolling at the bottom. the team from Blink AI, with us here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The fastest pit change in a Formula One race took 1.80 seconds. At Blink AI, we say challenge accepted as we take your dealership from zero to hero with our platform that's purpose-built to shift the customer experience into high gear. Unlike solutions that promise efficiency with AI chatbots, Blink AI turns your dealership operation into a profit powerhouse. With Blink AI, you get scheduling solutions that work together to increase your bottom line. It's about turning interactions into actions that drive dealership success. We're talking about intelligent phone automation and seamless scheduling that increases appointments without increased overhead, and workflow automation that eliminates service bottlenecks and boosts staff productivity, and a customer campaign solution that proactively engages customers and increases CSI scores. Blink AI, your dealership's #1 pit crew.
Get the specs with the mobile dealer data panel filmed live at our Niello pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ains. We're at Niello Porsche in Sacramento, California at the Niello company. And Ted, we have an exciting panel with us today.
We do. If you haven't been paying close attention, everybody, mobile dealer data has been rising on social media. We have with us today the founder and CEO, Colin Mack. Colin, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for advertising.
I love it. Tully, thank you for hosting.
I was so lovely. It's enjoyable. Gorgeous dealership. Thank you.
Yeah, this organization is certainly one of the best, and it shows.
Yeah, absolutely. Top-notch staff, top-notch dealership. It's been fun.
So, Colin, talk to us a little bit about cycle time and why dealers need to be aware of that. We'd had a little bit of a discussion earlier today in reconditioning.
Yep.
Tell us more about this.
Yeah, it all starts with visibility, Ted. Comes from lean manufacturing principles in measuring each step of our process. So we're taking those principles and applying it to your service department. So how much time is the car spending in write-up? How long is it in staging? How long is it in bay? What does that entire cycle time look like so that we can continuously improve our process and build more hours is the goal. Yes.
So I think when you look at the cycle time, especially on the used car cycle, it's a huge deal. When you buy a car, where already the clock is ticking on the value of that car, and two is that you figure out you're flooring that car. The cost of that car is every dollar, every hour, every minute. And when we look at and we monitor the cycle time, what do? We improve that time, right? So when we look at our stores, our goal is when we buy the car, it's got to get in the shop within a day. And then it's in shop a day. Our goal is to get it out in a day. But ultimately, if we can get that in and out in 3 to 4 days, it's a home run. And then what we do is that we bonus people off that. So our internal advisors are incentives to make sure their cars get out, right? So we have focused on getting that cycle time because the more we get Recon through the store, the better off we get more customers. And oh, by the way, we're in the repeat referral business and we get more trades. Our goal is to keep it going, keep the machine at full throttle.
Colin, I didn't even hear this term 3, 4, 5 years ago. Cycle time yet. Now, it's the top of the death.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing that I invented. It's just dealers are essentially a manufacturing line, right? And we need to get as many vehicles through that manufacturing line as we can. And it all starts with visibility. And the great piece about our business is everyone has a stated process, and typically we run our stated process. But by tracking every vehicle through every step of our process, we can look and see, hey, maybe we have a bottleneck on Tuesday between 11 and 2. And now we can look at staffing or what's causing that. So it's do you know or do you think you know? And we want our dealers to know. We want to know exactly, right?
Colin, it's so interesting to think about this, and Tully, I'd love to get your opinion on this as well. But as we're seeing the breakdown of silos between the sales department and service, there's different types of reporting that are important to those managers, but really collectively, it's all about the entire experience. Could you share with us a little bit how to do that?
It's all about experience, and I'm glad you brought that up. It's, dealers, we say quick service. Well, nothing is quick about our service, right? And if we can go to a Valvoline and get a cheaper, faster oil change, and that just to me is a shame. We want to build that relationship. So by being able to know our cycle time, be able to promise a delivery time to our customers through visibility, we can lower that friction between our customers and provide a better experience. So it all comes down to visibility and then also knowing what to do about it. So our system's constantly pushing stalled out vehicles alerts so that your team can know what cars that they have to go focus on. So we bring complete visibility and actionable data.
He is almost as good as you with the messaging, all about the hours, all about the visibility. And I'm thinking out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, it's something you do with that.
Well, you don't know. And so if something can fire off an alarm and say that the handoff is not happy, that's the no. And then typically each person, the tech doing the oil change does it in 17 minutes, but does the next person that needs to do something know that the car's ready for them? So the system can alert and pass that baton, leading to more production.
I love that piece because I think that when you look at trying to drive efficiency in the shop, making sure our technicians go home rich and tired every day, we're always looking for those small little things, right? And the whole goal is that all we're trying to do is focus on how many more hours we can produce out of that day. Let's make those customers happy. Let's get the car out the driveway. And those little nuggets, you say it's only a minute. Tell you only a minute. And that's $12 a minute in gross profit per tech per day. It adds up to a unbelievably large number. So every minute counts, and that's where you can help us. It's all about the timer. And so what we find is we can take you from about 2.5 hours for your average waiter service down to under an hour and a half for 96% of your customers, and we're getting 64% in and out within an hour. And you can prove it. So if you have a dip, you'll know that. So it's pretty exciting, and it's all on our foundational technology, which is where's the car and where's the key. So the brain damage too. Tech wants to go do the car and do the work. Where's the car? Where's the key? Let's go get it versus let's search for it. So think about that. Where's the car? Where's the key? A technician spending 30 minutes costs you 5 times 3. 5 times 30 it's a big number.
Yep.
So the goal is that us knowing that information speeds that process up, gives us more time, more hours to bill out. That's what it's all about.
Exactly. I love it. Exactly. And then that all trickles down to the customer getting a better experience, which you say 100%.
And Colin, it's so important. Tully, Sarah, and I had done so many panels with technicians on them.
Yep.
And we say, what's the number one thing we should be aware of? And they said, you know what? I got to go out and find the car. I got to go walk the lot. We're going to have to find the car. And like you just said, takes me 30 minutes to find.
Well, and how about this one? The honking of the horn driving all of our neighbors nuts. Well, the tech can just go get the car versus driving everyone nuts. It's just a very foundational tool that we deliver, and we're excited to work with dealers and see their operations improve.
You're in lots of dealers today. You don't mind, tell us about that. I bet you through the Rapid Recon connection.
Yeah, we've got a lot of integration partners. So we integrate with your keeper system. We integrate with Rapid Recon. We integrate with your DMS. So we can integrate with a lot of tools you're to use. And it's all around where's the car, where's the key, but you can track dealer plates, you can track tools. Some people want to track the GM, but you can track whatever you want with it.
I think it's great. I think if you think about this, the key situation and where the car's at to be is a big deal.
Yep.
And the cycle time for used cars, what more can we ask for?
Absolutely.
All right. Cycle time, it's all about the hours, and it's all about the visibility.
That's right.
All right. Sarah, I've learned a lot.
I have too, Ted. It's going to be exciting, and we'd love to have you back on future panels.
Right. We'd love to come back. Absolutely.
All right, everybody. Colin Mack, everybody. Watch for the name Mobile Dealer Data, making a huge impact right now in automotive retail. I'm here with Sarah Vantine and Tully Williams at the Niello.
Unlock the industry's most comprehensive service technology platform. Xtime delivers a simple, fully transparent digital experience for both consumers and dealers. Get approvals on additional service recommendations in as fast as 7 minutes and earn 46% more dollars per repair order with Xtime. Dealerships and OEMs have long relied on Xtime's leading position in service scheduling, multi-point inspections, service marketing, and the consumer check-in experience. Drive revenue and profitability with our proven service technology that enhances the service experience from start to finish. Gain consumer confidence and elevate the staff experience with solutions that drive convenience and speed. Set the tone for the ultimate service experience with Xtime Schedule. Maximize your team's productivity and keep customers coming back with convenient online scheduling features and robust shop capacity management with Schedule. Grow fixed operations with every appointment using Xtime Engage, creating superior personalized experiences for your customers. Boost efficiency and profit with seamless check-ins, convenient status updates, and fast checkouts. And avoid frustrating bottlenecks with connected data from back-office processes to fixed ops. Improve your service department throughput and yield with Xtime Inspect, a fully integrated digital multi-point inspection tool. Obtain faster ASR approvals and higher profits, increasing RO value, instilling confidence in customers, and improving staff productivity with enhanced time-saving technician processes. Generate the demand you need at the right time from the right audience with Xtime Invite. Maximize revenue potential with multi-channel marketing capabilities through AI and service automations that drive performance marketing, precision targeting, and personalized outreach. A more profitable service experience requires a better service platform. Xtime gives you the comprehensive tools you need to enhance every communication touchpoint, resulting in satisfied customers and dealership staff to ensure ROI and increase likelihood of repeat business. Xtime is a part of a powerful ecosystem of retail solutions from Cox Automotive. Power on Retail 360.
We're over the moon to welcome our next speaker, Brenda Berg from Cox Automotive.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. What a great time to be in retail automotive. The landscape is changing, and we're all feeling the impact of changing consumer expectations, evolving technology, shifting priorities. Back in April, we started hearing the word tariffs. And today, we're going to focus on things that we can all control in fixed ops, the customer experience in service management. I'm joined today by Brenda Berg. She's Strategic Solutions Director at Cox Automotive. She has 37 years of experience in automotive, including 15 years with Cox Automotive, where she's held several roles at Xtime, including Director of Sales for the United States and Canada. Brenda, a great honor. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
Brenda, we're seeing a lot happening in our industry, and you've worked with Xtime a good part of your career. We know a lot of the same people in our industry. What should fixed ops departments be focusing on with their energy, given the current market?
Well, Ted, what I would really suggest is, we make our fixed operations number one top priority at the dealership. With today's economy, we really need to be focusing on increasing revenue, increasing efficiency, as well as our customer retention, because those customers that are coming in for service are going to be those next buyers. So we need to keep them coming back in. And fixed operations is going to produce the majority of the gross profit for that dealership's success in the future. So this should be our number one priority.
Somebody on the event a little bit earlier mentioned that, Brenda, fixed ops is now the front of the house, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Where traditionally it's been the showroom, the glamorous sales department, and today it's the engine that keeps it running, fixed ops. Your thoughts on that fixed ops as the front of the house.
That has absolutely been my mantra for, the 37 years I've been in this business, because I saw that's where the most opportunity came from. And I've always thought that if a dealer would have this beautiful, great fixed service department, parts and service department that was front and center of the of their location, we could just go back and say, hey, come on in for service. Oh yeah, and by the way, we can help you with your next new or pre-owned vehicle. We just happen to also sell cars.
And I see parts coming on strong, Brenda. That's, it wasn't as big a part of the conversation, but as our friend Tully says, parts sells hours. So
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about that. As consumers, we all want flexibility and convenience. All right. We're accustomed to that now. How does that apply to the dealership fixed ops?
Well, imagine a world that exists today, if we're using it properly, where as a consumer, I could go online and book an appointment, just like I would if I'm buying something from Amazon or making an appointment with my hairdresser or my doctor. I could make that appointment. I could drop off my vehicle, be instructed where to drop off my vehicle. The advisor would know that my vehicle has arrived. I could go on my way, whether through a Lyft or alternate transportation. They would take in my vehicle. They would do a multi-point inspection. They could text and communicate with me the way I want to be communicated, whether it's phone or text, but it starts with that conversation. Once the technician has looked at the vehicle, I now receive a complete package digitally showing me pictures, videos of what the technician found to help me understand what my vehicle needs. What are some of the concerns if I don't do the work that they're recommending? Along with the pricing, because that's one thing that dealers have struggled with, because the perception that we're more expensive, when the truth is we're not. Studies show that dealerships are only a couple dollars more on the average RO. So we've had to fight that perception that we're more expensive. But when we can build transparency and value and what we're providing the customer, customers will make a decision within 7 minutes of being supplied all that information, the video, the estimate, the pricing, and then right from there, they make a decision, accept or decline, followed by another link for them, allowing them to pay online. So now I can, make my purchase online, which makes it an easy drop off, an easy pickup. And from there, that connected digital experience has to continue. For example, let's say that I do decline a service on my vehicle because of either time or money or, some reason. That declined service has to come back to life the next time I go to make a service appointment. Whether I make that appointment online, it reminds me, hey, Brenda, do you want to get these services done that were recommended by your technician on your last visit? We have to remember that, because in fixed operations, the work that walks out the door is our biggest loss. So that's the work we really have to focus on getting back and understanding why customers aren't purchasing it today.
It was only a few years ago, Brenda, these things weren't possible.
Right.
Today, they are the expectation on the part of the consumer. I mean, these are the things that dealers are doing now. Okay. And it's amazing to see the transformation we've made in retail, especially in the fixed side. And like you said, to be able to, I think, as I mentioned Tully again, he said the vehicle we want to work on is the one that's on the lift. It's here. It's now.
That's right.
Now on the lot. We don't have to wait for the approval. Brenda, 7 minutes. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's awesome. And the other thing we have to think about too is, are we truly open for business? I see that so often with dealers because we're competing, earning their trust. What's happened is we've lost, Cox did a study back in 21 and 23, between 2021 and 2023, consumer trust was down 15% with dealers. And unfortunately, those ROs, are still being generated, but they were being generated at quick loops and independents. Now, I'm not going to go to a quick loop because I have a transmission issue. We know that 70% of the work that is done on vehicles today is customer pay. It's maintenance. So I'm going somewhere else for maintenance with a perception that maybe it's less money, which we know is not true as dealers. But the biggest stumbling block that I see is I want to make an appointment and the last appointment that I'm offered is 3 p.m. That's scary, because if I can't get in on my way home from work, and you'll ask most general managers, if a customer wanted to come in, if you're open till 8 o'clock in the evening, and a customer calls in at 7:30 and says, I'm really interested in that new Honda Accord, would you say, well, you know what, let's schedule an appointment for tomorrow because it's really going to be a 3-hour process and it's best if you come in tomorrow? Or would your response be, how fast can you get here?
Or we'll go pick them up and bring them in. Yes.
Exactly. And also, what happens if they don't show? We're blowing up their phone. Now, we have to extend those same practices in fixed operations if we're going to maximize revenue. We have to be open for business till the end of the day, because if we don't keep those technicians busy, we run into the fact that that's where we're going to lose them, because they're paid to turn time. We have to keep that shop loaded. And so we really need that. That's one thing. That's the biggest thing I see, is that we cut off appointments too early in the afternoon. And that's where we lose our efficiency and we lose our dollars.
And X-Time, what a great platform, to ensure that the shop has the capacity to handle the work, that the work is scheduled. I saw that Cox study that came out last year that you referenced that talked about trust declining in dealership service departments. But now some of these technology components that Cox Automotive offers to retailers through your various brands, they help increase the transparency and the trust. Things like those video MPIs from the technician, where the tech is now front facing and telling the customer what they just found on the car. I mean, how much more transparent can we be?
Absolutely. And you can relate it to, for example, when you go to the doctor, that nurse is our service advisor. Yeah. The nurse can recommend, it's been 10 years since you had your tetanus shot. I recommend you get a tetanus shot. That's something that they can recommend, because that's just good maintenance for your body. But when the doctor comes in and tells you what's going on, that's believable. And without video, we haven't had that transparency with our customers. Customers came into the service department and all they ever talked to was the nurse. And sometimes they would believe the nurse and other times they wouldn't. So that transparency through video, X-Time just released a new fabulous video tool with noise cancellation, the opportunity for a technician to make, circles and arrows and point out very specific things. The dealership can add a little preamble in the front talking about, our commitment to customers and making sure that you're happy. And then some excellent reporting, live reporting. So I can see, how are my technicians doing today? And they're able to see how much impact has that video had in what the consumers purchased. And that's live today.
As you know, we have a lot of panels on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. One we just had featured technicians, real technicians in dealership, and we had them on a panel, and we asked the question, as a tech today in 2025, what are some of the most important things that are a part of your job? And it was almost unanimous that these video inspections, to be able to deliver a good quality inspection, was at the top of the list, if not number one, number two, very close to the top. So the techs recognize how important it is now. And I think we all realize that, including the customer.
Absolutely. And those technicians have found the benefit of providing those videos because they've seen the sales.
Let's talk about your latest study, the evolving customer. How do consumers feel about spending money these days?
Well, it's interesting. Even, in economic trends that we're seeing today, 62% of consumers are still wanting to, I like to say, spend money on feel good. They're still willing to buy those vehicles that they want to indulge in as opposed to just buying any car. So we know the money's out there. They're willing to spend that on it. But it has to be a good experience. I like to relate it to, for example, we all go out to eat. And let's say I want to go out for a steak. I could go to a mom and pop restaurant or a diner and get a steak, and it's, relatively priced. But if I want a steak, I'm willing to pay more to get a really good steak, a great atmosphere, have wonderful service, and I'm willing to pay more. And that's the truth. That's true. What customers are saying today too is that 62% are willing to pay more for that vehicle or for that exceptional service experience. And it's even more important with the Gen Zs and the millennials coming up because they're even 18% higher.
And there's a newfound respect for people's time, I think, in automotive, where we used to say it was all about price, but really not so much anymore. It's about time and saving time and finding efficiencies. And that's what all these tools do.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Brenda, anything else you'd like to add for our audience today?
I think one of the things to think about is really connecting that experience. For years, sales and service have been two very different departments. They didn't commingle together well. I mean, you didn't cross the line if you're in sales to go over to service. But I think the more we can build those departments together and connect them through technology. For example, if I go online to purchase a vehicle, making sure that, for example, Cox Retail 360 allows a customer to go online, do their shopping, do much of that ahead of time, again, to save time. And then when they arrive to the dealership, nothing's lost. It's all still there. I don't have to start over. But dealers also have to remember that selling that vehicle is actually the beginning of the relationship, because making that introduction back to service, scheduling that first service appointment, making sure that every vehicle sold, new and used, are coming back for service, and those customers are taken care of, because as a service customer, you're going to have many more visits before that next vehicle purchase. And if I'm taken care of while I'm coming in for service, have a connected experience that will also get ready for me and offer me very personalized introductions to when I may know when I may be ready to trade that vehicle, because maybe that multi-point inspection came back and it's maybe a little bit more than I'm willing to spend on my vehicle today. The dealer is ready to connect me back to sales to create that never-ending loop between sales and service. So connecting that experience from sales to service is going to be critical.
Brenda, what a great time to be in retail automotive. Fixed ops is actually now the most exciting part of the dealership, with all these things that are happening and continue to roll out. I can't wait to see what the next few months and years bring.
Me neither. And I just encourage any general manager or dealer that did not come from fixed operations, pretend you're a customer. Go to your website, try and make an appointment, try and make one for an oil change. See what happens. When's the last time that you can come in for an oil change? And then experience it. What was that experience like? Try and do that end to end without, showing up at the dealership, because we can do that today. We can do that today and save a customer time. We can fix their vehicle remotely.
Amazing times. And you're so right. It all starts at the top, starts with the dealer. Brenda Berg, thank you so much. I didn't realize how many mutual friends we have in the industry, you and I, but great to have you on the roundtable and representing Cox Automotive and the many brands that you've got.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate your time.
Everybody, Brenda Berg with Cox Automotive, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
All right, I'm here at Team Toyota of Princeton to check out this AI-powered machine that can scan an entire car in just a few seconds and tell you everything that's wrong with it. Like, what if it tells me that this car that I'm interested in is being held together by hopes and dreams? You know what? Tag a friend whose car would definitely fail this test. So the name of this machine right here is UVI, and it scans for scratches and dents, it checks if the tires need alignment or replacement, and it can do a full underbody inspection all in just seconds. It's honestly like an MRI for your car. So I put this Camry through it to test it out, and it scanned every inch of it like the Terminator or the FBI looking for hidden evidence. All right, so let's check out the report. The tires on this Camry look pretty good. The underbody has significant frame damage. Wait, what? Who took this Camry off-roading? And then it seems like there's some minor scratches here and there on the outside. But the crazy part is it did all that in less than 30 seconds. Dealers, imagine running a used car through this and finding out that it was used as a stunt double in Fast and Furious. Yeah, as a dealer, you can save hundreds in unexpected reconditioning costs using the UVI system. This honestly provides peace of mind and transparency for both the dealership and its customers. Absolute game changer. From now on, I'm only buying from a dealership that has UVI.
your UV eyes to the sky with the UVI panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have heard and seen a lot about UVI this past year. We're very grateful to UVI for hosting this segment. Chris Brewer is with us. He's Senior Customer Success Manager, and also welcoming first time to the Roundtable from here in New Jersey, Jim Montella, who is the Service and Parts Director at Team Toyota of Princeton. Gentlemen, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us, Ted.
Glad to have you both here. Chris, astounding success UVI is having, and I'm watching it happening in dealerships. If I'm not mistaken, I just saw something with Hertz. The applications are just unending for UVI, Chris. So again, congratulations to you and the team.
Yeah, thank you for that. The growth we've seen over the last 12 months particularly has just been phenomenal, and we see just a massive runway in front of us too moving forward. So it's a great time to be part of UVI.
It is. So, Jim, I'd like to ask you a couple questions if I could today. First of all, what were some of maybe the more specific challenges that you were facing that drove you to adopt UVI?
One of the first one was the cars coming in and customer would say they're damaged and we damaged it, or rental cars coming back saying we damaged it. And when we saw UVI, and we had a lot of cars doing that and a lot of customers saying that, and all we had was quick little snapshots of camera editing that we did, and they're not very detailed. So when we were presented with UVI, the amount of camera angles and the pictures was phenomenal. The detail, when you can see a scratch at the size of your thumbnail, it was fantastic that we completely dissolved any of those complaints. And then the upsells were point of sale upsells with tires. We were having a problem with that, and this helped with that. Customers come in and they can see their tire. Customers love yellow, green, red. You know, they're used to those colors, and when they can see yellow and red, it's an easy sale.
Jim, how did you hear about UVI? Were there other dealers using it, or how'd that come about?
No, it was actually kind of funny. One of my service managers came to me and said, "I think we should do this." And I'm like, "Do what?" And he showed me the brochure. I'm like, "That's awesome." And we just started talking about it. They came in about 2 weeks later, did the presentation, and here we are. We wouldn't go back. It is, you know, and the only thing I'm trying to do is get our Langhorne store to do it, but it's a little more challenging over there because they have three lanes to work on, and that's a little challenging over there. But I'm working on it.
Give us the lay of the land. Tell us a little bit more about Team Toyota of Princeton. How many service bays? How many techs? What do you have there?
So we have 52 service bays, 42 technicians, 14 writers. We average about between 35 and 4,000 ROs a month. Most of our work, 86% of our work is customer pay.
Wow.
So that's what we focus on.
Chris, are some of the things that Jim is saying, the need to inspect the vehicle on the way in, are these some common things that you at UVI hear along the way?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm talking to stores on a daily basis, and just they're echoing a lot of what Jim's sentiment is being able to have conversations and show colors and show details, show their red, green, yellow status of tires, understand alignments and wear patterns, but also being able to look at the underside of their car is really phenomenal. It's something that, customers don't see really ever, is a detailed picture of the underside of their vehicle, and being able to see that immediately after driving into the store. Stores love it. Service writers love it. They love to be able to have that conversation and be able to present those detailed pictures and information to the customer right at the beginning.
Jim, I've heard it called as an MRI for the vehicle. Would that be pretty accurate?
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. It shows everything that an MRI could show and more. I don't know, Chris. I think I've had about 4 dealerships come and see it since we've got it. It's been the rental. It's opened up another thing with rental because the car goes through before they take it, and the car goes through when they bring it back. And we don't even have to be here if they want to come back on a Sunday. It opens up another avenue that they're not, pigeon-toed to come back while we're open. they agree to that, and so we can see the before and after, and they don't have to be here to bring the car back.
And Jim, how's it integrated into the dealership? I'm sure even up front, the salespeople know you have UVI over here in service and parts.
So it gets integrated through our Ignite system through Reynolds and Reynolds. So as soon as that car goes through the machine, a window pops up in Ignite that it knows the customer's here, and they can look at the UVI immediately. And it takes about 30 seconds for the customer to get to the writer, and it's already there. And they can view it, and each writer has an iPad out in front of the desk that the customer can see their car at the UVI, all the pictures and video. They can see it as the writer's seeing it. It's like a mirror image.
Jim, I got to ask you, what were the customers' initial reactions to the UVI unit when they first saw it?
Well, we've had things from, aren't you guys getting fancy? Or what's this high-tech stuff you're doing to me now? And I like the bright lights. It makes me look good in the mirror. All kinds of stuff have come through. We've only had one customer who thought we were monitoring his every move. I don't know if Chris, you remember that. He wanted it removed from the system, but after 8 months and 32,000 customers, one is not bad.
Yeah. And, especially here in the New York area, we're seeing this type of technology everywhere. It's in the airport. We've got a couple newer airports now up here in the northern part of the state. And this technology now is, Jim, I would think it's kind of expected or will be expected at some point very soon by the customer.
Yeah, I would think so too. The way that the way you're seeing it more often, and I agree with the Hertz thing. I saw that a couple weeks ago. We have people, when they come in, we'll point out something and they say that I didn't even know I had it. And before this, they would be blaming us for that. That dent wasn't there before I came in. And now we're pointing it out in advance before we even work on the car. Like, I didn't even know I had that dent there. Thanks a lot. And then we'll go from there to see if they want to get it fixed, if it's fixable, things like that.
You mentioned things like tires, undercarriage. What are some of the things that the UVI is spotting that your team can point out? I would imagine before it even gets into the shop, in terms of that initial write-up.
The point, like Chris was saying, it points out tire wear. It makes the tire green, red, or yellow. But it also can point out the undercarriage, like Chris was saying. Nobody, and the average person is not seeing their undercarriage.
No.
And so it can point out oil leaks, fluid leaks of any kind, and we can be proactive and say, we got a leak here. We can look into it when we get into the shop. And so they know it's transparent. They know what we're doing before we even do it.
Jim, some of the other systems that are out there, not UVI, but some of the smaller systems that are out there, I've heard from dealers that, if it's wet, if it's raining, if there's a puddle, it's not as effective, when it comes to the tires. What have you seen there with UVI?
UVI really hasn't been affected too much. There are a couple of tire patterns out there that, Chris and I have talked about, but overall, it hasn't affected the tire at all. And I know I have heard the same thing you heard, that other machines are affected by foul weather.
Chris, what are you hearing in terms of customer reactions around the country to UVI, not just here in the Northeast?
Yeah, customers are loving it just from the standpoint of transparency. They're able to understand the condition of their car immediately when they drive into the store and they're talking to the advisor. It doesn't have to disappear into the back and you go through a technician and hearing it second or third hand. They're able to see pictures. They're able to understand it live just as they just drove it in. And that's really opening up a trust as well as transparency to the service writer that the service writer enjoys, because now they're able to have a better conversation with that customer. It's also helping our stores though too, because to what Jim was saying, if a customer comes in with an oil leak that they didn't realize they had, and they came in with an oil change, now instead of that car going to the quick lube lane, it's now going to one of the main shop, and it's actually getting looked at by a main technician. And we're saving that 20 to 30 minutes of time where it would go into one shop. It would have to go up on the machine. They tell it, it's got a leak. It's got to come down and go back to the other one. So, the time savings that we're also seeing in being able to have these conversations up front as opposed to 20, 30 minutes into their visit is really just phenomenal. And it's super positive from what we're seeing and hearing back from our stores.
Jim, Chris mentioned the quick lane or express service. Is that a big part of your business there at Team Toyota Princeton?
Yeah, it's about 35% of our business is express, and we're one of the TXM dealerships of Toyota, so we take express very seriously. And to piggyback what Chris is saying, when a car does come in and we see an oil leak, it helps to notify that customer up front that we got an oil leak here. Let's take a look at it, rather than not addressing the oil leak and then they leave and they say, "Oh, ever since you changed my oil, I have an oil leak," when the oil leak was there before. So we're being proactive before you even get to the shop, which is a time-saving thing over and over again.
Jim, I got to ask you this question just for my own edification. When you first set up, or when UVI first set up at your dealership, was it tough? Was it difficult to get started? And what kind of support did you get?
It was seamless. It was like it was here. It wasn't here one day and it was here the next. And the hardest part of getting it installed was making sure people went through it. We had to shut down a lane because we had two. But after like a day or two and we got the lanes up, everyone was going through it. The writers were excited about it, and it was seamless. The support we had from UVI was second to none. I call Chris even when we're not working, and go over situations that we might have had, and hey, this looked good, this looked bad. So now I think I should be on their payroll because I'm a proponent. It's been a godsend, and I've been doing this 47 years, and I haven't seen anything even close.
Jim, what about other parts of the dealership? The used car manager, reconditioning manager, a lot of things that have been happening in the news the past 4 to 6 weeks. You're seeing used car prices at a premium, dealers going to the auction trying to get more vehicles, and probably the best place to acquire them is on the service drive. How is this being utilized in the dealership outside of traditional service and parts?
So the body shop will go there. The body shop does a pre and post scan of it so they can monitor anything that was there or after. And the used car department uses it for value of the car before, when the cars come in for trade value. They can see immediately that a car needs tires, but then you have to check. And that's a good thing because cars today needs 4 tires. You might be at $2,000. Some cars are at $2,000 before you even do anything.
Right.
So it's very valuable for them, and it also shows body damage, dents here, dents there. You get a car with 4 or 5 dents on 3 or 4 different panels. You could be a 500 hours PDR without even paint work. So It's very critical for them that they see, for trade-in value, damage to a car without even putting it on a lift. As
Jim,
far
what
as the underneath camera,
okay, go ahead.
So oil leaks and rust, things like that.
I know most customers never look under their car. What about glass? What about things like windshields? Because with today's glass and windshields and ADAS, a windshield, like you said, with the tires, same thing. It's up there in dollars and cents.
They're 7. So they take pictures, but then all those pictures they are taken from videos, and we can go around the whole UVI and see every angle, and you can look straight down on the car and see every glass in the car, from the windshield to the side glass and everything, and you'll be able to see if there's a nick or scratch. Like I said, it can see the date code of the tire. That's pretty good, and it's clear shot.
Wow, Chris, I didn't realize, Chris, it's that good.
Yeah, the date codes are probably one of our biggest surprises that we talk to sales service managers about, and sales managers as well too. So service managers love it because it's another set of eyes that are looking for 6, 7, 8, 10-year-old tires on cars to make sure that if they're that old, service writers can bring it up as a recommendation right at the counter. Salespeople love it because now when you're doing a trade-in, even if the tires look good, from a low mileage vehicle, they can see the tires are old and already price accordingly for that because they're going to need to put tires on that car. And again, like Jim said, it's $2,000 easily. So $1,500 to $2,000. So date codes are important and we catch them. It's great.
Jim, so you're referring to the DOT, actual marking on the vehicle that shows the age of the tire. The UVI is able to pick that up.
Yeah, so it'll be DOT number will be like 6 or 7 digits in front of it, and then in an oval shape, you'll have a number that goes from 52 weeks to the year of the tire. So you'll see 0220, so you know that tire was made in the second week of 20. And good thing about UVI, when it's set up, you can set what you want them to pick up. Like after 6 years, we want to give you this tire needs replacing, whatever you decide you want it to be. So that'll even come up to the writer that, hey, these tires are old, you should recommend selling them.
Jim, if you didn't have UVI, what are the odds of an advisor looking at that or even finding that? I would think very, very slim.
It is very, very slim. The first advisor wouldn't see it, and I would have to retrain my techs to look for that dot number on every tire.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jim, can you imagine going back without the UVI?
No, if I have to go out, and I'm probably going to retire because it's made my job that much easier.
I love it. All right. I got to ask you, for me, one final question. Are there any other specific advantages that you see Toyota dealers would achieve using a system like UVI?
Not anything else we thought. Well, I guess our new car department is also using it for their cars coming off the truck to make sure that the truck isn't hiding anything.
Really?
Because we've all had cars have been delivered and they dump damage on the road, and we don't see it till we get it in our shop to PDI. Because when you get a brand new car and you're looking at the body, but we've seen it underneath where they ran over something. So the new car department's even running new cars through it to make sure there's no damage to that. That's been a plus to them. They found one so far, but not a lot. But one's enough. You know, that could save you thousands of dollars on a transportation claim. But other than that, you know, I don't know of anything else. It's what it does has been a godsend, and like I said, I wouldn't change it. And we're hoping with newer things coming from UVI, it gets even better.
Chris, that's brilliant. I didn't even think about that. Okay, cars coming in off the carrier, but you're right. Yeah. It's seldom, but there is damage that we usually don't spot.
Yeah, we've actually heard stories of cars coming off of trucks, and you know, with the storms that we've had recently over the last month or so, we've really started seeing like hail damage to the Midwest, right? And cars coming through on trailers, and roofs actually having some hail damage on them, brand new, rolling off the truck. And our systems are able to catch that right as they're being rolled off and run through our system. And, you know, that would have been something that most stores have even said, we probably wouldn't have even have checked the roof until, you know, a customer might have seen it maybe, you know, a year after ownership. So it's allowing them to be able to have that vision that really they just have never had before.
Chris, what else would you want our audience to know about UVI? Because I'm sure you hear all the questions that come in from people in different parts of the dealership. What should we be aware of? And if you don't mind, tell us a little bit more.
Yeah. So the biggest thing that we're really, you know, focusing on for this year and years improvement is really just becoming a bigger integral part of the dealership, right? We started in the service side. We have very easily integratable tools into the service side between checking tires, checking for alignments, looking at your underbody, and obviously giving you a full condition report of the outside of the vehicle. But now moving into sales and having a reconditioning platform and having smart tags that we're able to help BDC departments upsell off the service lane because of smart tags, having vehicle tags for loaner cars, looking at, certain year make models that might be high demands that we can, again, inform BDC if those cars are driving into your service lane at a certain time. That is stuff that, you know, before you've always had to stick a person in that lane. Now we're able to actually utilize our tool and utilize the technology to give the sales department really an added leg up in that conversion process. So that's been massive for us as well for stores. And as the technology keeps growing, to Jim's point, we have some major enhancements coming out over the next 4 to 6 months for our dealers, and we're excited for those when they start hitting the market as well, because we think that there's going to be some truly game-changing technology coming from us.
All right. I look forward to having you back and learning what those enhancements are. Jim, for today, I'm going to give you the last word. Last thing for our audience, if they want any other thoughts on UVI, or if they want to reach out potentially to you, and they probably will, is that okay? And what would you tell them?
If you're not getting UVI, you're behind the times. That's all I can say. It's that simple. And they can reach out anytime they want. I'm not going to change my verbiage.
All right. We'll leave it there. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Jim Montella, thank you for being with us. Service and Parts Director here in New Jersey at Team Toyota of Princeton, great dealership, and Chris Brewer with UVI. Chris, if our audience wants to learn more about UVI, what's the next step for them? Where should they go?
Yeah, absolutely. So check us out on our website at UVI.com. So UVI.com is our website, and on there is a request a demo. We have a large number of our sales associates spread out across the country, they'd be able to come over and talk to you in person.
All right, we'll leave it there. Jim Montella, Team Toyota Princeton, and Chris Brewer of UVI here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
This event is truly interstellar. Remember to make your mark on the cosmos by voting for the Shon Butler Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Until then, we'll meet you on the Rings of Saturn for day 4 of the Fixed Ops Roundtable All Systems Go event.